I know I did. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. I'm Billy Azzinaro, UK Rifle alumni, engineer by trade, and Wildcat by heart, and I provide commentary over the home matches here in Lexington straight from the UK Rifle team room. Few updates before we recap yesterday's performance. We have semi-professional audio setup now, headphones, microphones, and all. Thanks to the University of Kentucky Athletics Sports Video and Media team. Yesterday was our first time using it, and we had some great feedback from the 1,300 people that tuned into the match. But moving on to today's event. So, as with all matches, we will start the day out with our three position small bore event, where athletes will fire 20 shots in each of three positions: kneeling, prone, and standing. And then we'll move into the air rifle portion of the match, where athletes will fire 60 shots, all from the standing position. But more on that later. If you do have any questions, want to give one of these athletes a shout out, or let everybody know which team you root for, please feel free to use the chat function. We'll make sure that we give you the shout out your team or individual deserves. Yesterday, Kentucky's blue team shot lights out, 1 point shy of the program record in small bore with a 23.67 and tying the national record in air rifle with a 23.95 thanks to Sam Adkins' 598, Braden Pizer's 598, Sophia Ciccarella's 599, and Liz Probst's perfect score of a 600 with 53 X's. All that to break the national record team score with a 47.62. First team in NCAA rifle history, to break the 60 barrier. Today, Kentucky's white team will shoot against the North Georgia Nighthawks. On the line today, we have Elisa Boozer, AJ Hotko, Hannah Todd, Jacob St. Hilaire, and Brandon Evans shooting for the Wildcats here today. Right now, we're in our 15-minute sighting and preparation period. Again, this is just a free period for any one of these athletes to spend their time how they want it. So you may see some shooters up on the line, getting the rifles sighted in, already putting shots down range, and other ones are just taking their time. You'll notice that Elisa Boozer, AJ Hotko, as well as Hannah and Brandon all haven't taken a shot yet, but they're just feeling out their positions, making sure that the natural point of aim is pointed in the right position on the target before they even put a bullet on downrange. You can also see on the North Georgia side here that we'll definitely see as these rifles warm up. It's relatively cold here in Lexington this morning. I think we woke up to single-digit real feels this morning. These rifles will tend to warm up, or otherwise these rifles have traveled. These athletes have traveled all the way from Georgia to here. Some stuff doesn't always torque down the same way when everything is cold, and so sometimes these rifles will tend to shoot out. They'll have a flyer on their first shot, a cold bore shot, if you will, and then they'll start to work their way in towards the middle, kind of what we see on Courtney Hallison's target here. First shot is a little wide with that 3.5, and then she's gradually working all of those shots in. Today, we're looking for nice, tight, round groups in any one of these positions. However, we're definitely going to see tighter groups and scores in the prone position. That's going to be the most stable one on the ground, and we'll see those groups open up a little bit as we go as we shoot through kneeling, and especially in standing. We'll definitely have to see if we're going to experience any balance issues today, or if we're going to experience any vertical groupings here today, maybe from cheek pressure, or maybe somebody's hip isn't feeling too great. Coming in at 9 minutes left in our sighting and preparation period here. Just want to give everybody a little tune-in of some of the scores that we expect to see today. Starting with Elisa, well, we tend to see something around the 580 small bore and mid 590s air rifle score for her. We're looking for something in the 1170 combined total score range for her. So that would be her small bore score and her air rifle score combined together to give her a total score for her portion of the match. Brandon Evans, mid 580s small bore, low 590s air rifle for, again, somewhere in the mid to high 1170s combined score. He recently actually got accepted into the Richmond, Virginia Police Academy to start his future career in law enforcement. He's definitely one of our more experienced shooters, having transferred from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and now he's a Wildcat. Always love to see people go where they have both school spirit and where they can hone their talents. Moving over to Hannah Todd, shooting in the mid 560s small bore and high 580s air rifle. She's definitely made some improvements over the course of this year. She's always got a smile on her face, loves horses, and where better to have a passion for horses than the horse capital of the world here in Kentucky? Jacob St. Hilaire, however, is one of our untried freshmen. He definitely has the capability to shoot some great scores here today. The last two matches, he's had 582 in small bore, and he's shot a 590 as well. So we're looking for some good numbers out of him today. He's also got a relatively good air rifle score. He's very stoic, very quiet, but he's composed and analytical about his shooting. AJ, high 560s small bore, high 560s to low 570s in small bore. He's been doing a lot of air rifle work, hoping for a score in the high 580s for him today, looking for 1150s to 1160s combined. He's the oldest member of our white team here today, and he's definitely going to be the most level-headed and grounded among them, simply because he's got the most amount of experience shooting on the Kentucky team. But we've got good attitudes overall. We talked with both of our coaches here today, Coach Popsidor and Coach Mullins, and they just had a few words to share about today's match. Talking with Coach Popsidor, she mentioned today is a great opportunity to see what our white team is capable of. A lot of shooting is going to come down to managing the moments and being okay with making a decision when you hit the hard wall. Are you going to be stubborn, or are you going to accept the need to change your approach in order to be able to get what you want? She mentioned that it was important and helpful for those who are looking to take their performance to the next level to be flexible throughout the match based on whatever challenges they may experience. Also said that oftentimes when we face adversity, we tend to crumble or stand tall. And I'm going to quote her here: smooth seas don't make skilled sailors. So today is their opportunity to stand tall. From Coach Mullins, a little bit more direct. The dots are in the middle. The target is still there. It's the same target today as it was yesterday, as it was in practice. He mentioned that it's exciting to have two matches back to back, and hopefully we'll follow suit from yesterday, stay within ourselves. And any time to compete is exciting and a way to showcase what they've been working on. Just crossed the 5-minute mark left in our sighting and preparation period. If anybody isn't aware, so generally speaking, similar to what Coach Calipari did with the basketball team when he was head coach here, he the UK rifle team will generally have what we call a blue team and a white team. Blue team are definitely going to be the high performers that we generally bring out for large level competitions or serious competitions. So we're definitely going to have that blue team shoot against West Virginia. We're definitely going to have that blue team shoot against University of Nebraska. We're definitely going to have that blue team shoot against University of Alaska Fairbanks in order to make sure or give us the highest probability of winning that match and give us the best chance for success. In terms of the white team, these are members of the team who are maybe less experienced, don't necessarily have as high of score as members of the blue team, but we want to make sure that they get match level exposure. And so for lower level competitions, we'll generally use the white team as a way to provide them with match day, match level experience. It's their scores being counted today. There are only 5 Kentucky shooters, so of the 5 selected individuals of where their scores will count, these are the members of that team who will make that score. Getting a good look at the Nighthawks here. One thing I thought was really interesting, if we look at Corbin here, who's on point 3, he's going to be the third one in from the right on our screen, the second from the left. He's actually got a butt plate, an old style Anschutz butt plate in as his cheek piece. We noticed that in some of the photos that they posted on social media, and I just thought that was really interesting. I've never seen anybody do that before, using a basically an accessory that was never meant to be used as a cheek piece, and is using it. He's using it as one. But Corbin looks like he's got a really, really nice tight position. You can see here, rifle is nice and low. He's a rather tall, larger kind of guy in comparison to some of his teammates there, but definitely is over top of the rifle. He's got a lot of sight rise just because of how he shoots in his position and some of that stature and just physical nature. You can see how tall his knee is in comparison to some of his teammates. He's actually opted, you can see that he's already got his rifle stand set up for both kneeling and standing. So you can see how he's got that stand already extended high in preparation for later in the match. That's just one less thing that he's going to have to adjust. Looks like his teammate Courtney Allison over to our left on the screen there also has hers. What appears to be in the extended position as well, so that she just has one less thing to do later in the match. What's nice about these relatively new stands, these rifle stands, you can actually clip on different attachments and accessories, and so you can have a shelf low enough to be able to put your ammo block and some tools and accessories for kneeling, as well as have one clipped on high for standing later in the match. Coming down to the last few seconds here of the sighting and preparation period, all of which must be done in the kneeling position. We'll see Coach Mullins looking at the clock. We'll announce stop. And then very shortly, there we go. The targets will change over for record, and an hour and a half block time will begin. If you didn't tune in to yesterday, shooting or the NCAA rifle events are a little interesting. There's an hour and a half given for the entire event, minus the 15 minutes sighting and preparation period. But that hour and a half is spent however these athletes want to spend it. So they must shoot in order to get a full qualifying score. They must shoot a 20-shot string in kneeling, 20 shots for record in prone, and then 20 shots for record in standing. The in-betweens, the sighting and preparation periods, those shots don't count. They are not quote unquote for record. They don't count towards that individual or those teams' scores. You'll notice a kind of a grayed out triangle in the upper right hand corner of the individual targets, indicating that they are in a sighting and prep period. Getting a nice look here at Brandon Evans from the University of Kentucky, starting out with a 9.4, recovering really well with a 10.5. See, he's really staring down. See him squint that left eye there. Low 10.2. Yeah, and you can see him just make a small adjustment there. What's one of the nuances of kneeling is that you you're given the 15-minute sighting preparation period. You can use it however you want. If you decide to sit down at the beginning of that period, in 15 minutes, your body gets warmed up, um, your joints start to loosen, right? Everything starts to relax and kind of extend now that you're sitting down in that particular position. You can see here he's made that adjustment as time has gone on, and it's provided him with a good result. He's coming off of that low 10-2, and he's put that 10-4 a little bit higher up into the bull, right? In particular, I didn't like kneeling. There you go. He's got a nice 10-4 sitting a little low next to that 10-2, but nothing to be concerned about. He's got a little bit of up and down movement inside the 10 ring there. So he's probably dealing with some cheek pressure, but too soon to tell. Particularly in kneeling, it can be difficult not only to make sure that your ankle doesn't roll, right? So we're basically you're sitting, you're taking your tailbone and you're sitting on the back of your ankle. And over time, what can happen is if you don't have the correct or proper support, your ankle can roll in or out, and that will change the position overall. One thing that you'll notice here is on the back of Brandon's jacket, most of the jackets that we shoot with have a leather kind of shoulder bolster. And what happens with leather is when you stick a sling on your arm and you make it really tight and connect it to a rifle, what happens is that leather will stretch over time. And over time, you'll actually see slings will start to move down somebody's arm because the jacket will physically shift because there's so much there's so much pressure and tension physically pulling the jacket. Now, Brandon is on a roll here. He's got 6 X's in a row. He's got the 10-4 on shot 4 when he shot that 10-2 low, and he is just drilling them. You can see he's nice and serious, being super robotic. See that little puff of air. He's got a 9-9 high. He's going to break position, take a small break, get collected. But a 98 on his first string with 7 X's, not a bad way to start. Looks like he's actually going to be the furthest into the match at this point. Looks like Corbin just took his 10th shot as well, coming on a 96 to start his match. You can see on Corbin's group, he's got a lot of left and right movement. That's definitely going to be a balance issue. Now, in the sling positions, particularly elevated sling positions like kneeling, there's a combination of balance and sling tension. So you can imagine if you have something really high up and you have a lot of tension on it, it can have a tendency to wobble or want to pivot off of your elbow, particularly in kneeling. So a left and right movement, like we saw with Corbin's last 10 shot group, may or may not come through on this second string he just started. But what you'll notice here is that if you lengthen the sling, you actually reduce the amount of tension. You put more weight forward into the rifle. Generally, that left and right sway will go away. Now, he could be having some balance issues with his ankle. It could be rolling. He may not have his lower leg tight enough or angled far enough in order to be able to really lock in the position. But it seems like we're seeing that across the board. We take a look at Abby's target as well. A little bit of left and right movement coming through, but generally speaking, it seems like she's got. Generally, it looks like the shots are close to the middle or they're far out to the left. All right, we're looking for recoil on Corbin's target. and there's not a lot. So that tells me that the position is relatively tight, right? We're looking for relatively snappy recoil, straight up and down. Looks like he's having a small conversation with his coaches here. We talked about this yesterday, but one of the new rule changes here in NCAA rifle is that you're allowed to have nonverbal communication with coaches. So you don't necessarily have to come off the line and break position in order to have that conversation, in order to talk with them, in order to try to figure out what may or may not be going on. Looking back here at Brandon Evans, 9-7 to start his target, but then he's got 3 10s in a row. Taking a quick peek over at Elisa Boozer, 97 on her first card, starting out with an unfortunate 9-9 out to the left, but she's got a 10-5 right down the middle, 7X's so far. Just take a look at the end of the barrel. You can even look at the front sight there where you see that little tiny black ring. That's what she's trying to align with the target. You can see she's taken a small break, looking down. She's now looking through the sights. There you go. Nice snappy recoil, straight up and down, rinse and repeat. And look at that. It 10-4 right on top of that 10-5. Now what's nice is that all of her shots vertically are very well placed. She's a little high in the bowl, but even that whole group is nice and tight in that vertical format. Here I am getting distracted. Yeah. So there she goes. She's taking that click down in order to be able to bring that group down, because that if she had done that a little bit earlier, she may have saved herself a tenth or two, and that would have turned that 9-9 into a 10-0 or a 10-1, and that would have saved her a point or two. Getting another good look here across the board. Looks like everybody is well into the match, and we're starting to see a bit of starting to see people run with what they're doing, and other people are really taking their time. So we're about 10 minutes into the match. Looks like Jacob has come off the line, struggling a little bit. We saw that left and right movement come through on his target. Having that conversation with Coach Papasadora, it looks like Hannah is also coming off the line as well. Take a small break. In particular, for kneeling, up downs are a great activity that these athletes will go through in practice, where they'll take a shot or a series of shots. They will force themselves out of position and then come back into position and see how many tens they can shoot in a row. And they'll measure how long does it take for them to basically come back into where they were. And if they don't produce the 10 coming back down, do an up down again. Rinse and repeat. Basically, figure out what it takes to be able to come back down into the exact same position and produce tens back to back. And what that does is it translates really well for a match, because just like with any other day of the week or any other competition, from one week to the next, right? The positions are always going to be a little different. One day you're going to be a little heavier, one day you're going to be a little lighter, one day something isn't going to feel right, or the sling is going to be in a slightly different position than it was the last time you were shooting. And so to be able to come up and off and to come back to the line to basically have a small reset mid-match can be really helpful and really important in order to be able to execute well and not lose points throughout the match. So we've got a couple of people who have already completed their kneeling portion here. We got Wyatt Hicks with a 191 with 7 X's. We got Brianna Walter with a 194. And it looks like their teammates are right behind them. We've got Abby Swain, unfortunate 8-8 on shot 20 to end with a 191 with 9 X's. And their teammates look, they've got about 3 to 5 shots left to go before they make the transition over to prone. We talked about this earlier, but take a look at Brianna Walters' target frame there. You can actually see that little grayed out triangle in the upper right hand corner. That just means, again, that she is now in sighting and preparation for prone. She can spend as much of the block time as she chooses to sight in for prone, but what that will also do is it will physically move the target frame down for the prone position. We just can't necessarily see that due to the positioning of the cameras here. You can see there Brandon is having a small sidebar over with Coach Papasadora while he's changing over his equipment and getting prepared for his prone portion of the match. He's coming out of kneeling with a 195, so he does have the high kneeling of the match so far. Elisa Boozer also making that transition. She's just leaving that pair of 97s up for everybody to see, and she'll change that over once she comes back to the line. She's coming out of kneeling with a 194 with 12 X's. Jacob back up on the line after having that conversation with Coach Papasadora. 95 on his first card. Again, this is where doing those up downs is going to be really, really crucial for him. He's going to come off the line, talk with coaches, try to understand what might be going on, but then he's got to come back into the match, and everything is still for record. We mentioned it yesterday about cant, specifically in these rifles, and how even something as small as a 1 degree change can make a big difference in the positioning of point of aim versus point of impact. You can actually see on the end of Jacob's barrel, you can see that little what we call spirit or bubble level. And so what he'll do is from position to position, from site to site, he may have a different front sight that has a bubble level positioned such that when that little tiny bubble is in the middle of that really, really tiny area, then he knows, okay, the rifle is in the same angle every single time. All I have to do is execute the shot, squeeze the trigger. So he's got a 9-9 to start his second portion of his kneeling match. He's really taking his time. He did take a click up. So again, that point of aim versus point of impact, particularly coming back to the line after having that conversation with his coaches. Taking a couple of deep breaths, looking at the end of that barrel for the little puff of smoke. Yeah, and he's really taking his time with this one here. This is now the third. He's coming up on his third hold for it. Taking a look downrange. You can see he's actually using 2 different kinds of blinders. He's got one on his sight as well as one underneath his visor. Oh, and he's got a 9-9 high. Recoil didn't look particularly good on that. You can see how when he took that shot, it almost fell out or fell forward. So I think he might need to tighten something up a little bit before he goes and just starts, clicking away on his sights. I think he's got a positional change that he's got to make. Good look at Hannah Todd here, 93 on her first card, 10-0 and go on the second so far. Again, taking a few deep breaths. You can see she's she's basically doing sight alignment check here. You can see here closing her eye, opening her eye, closing her eye, opening her eye. What she's doing is looking down the sights and just seeing, where am I pointing? Am I pointing in the right direction? Am I pointing at at the middle of the target? Because if you're not pointing at the middle of the target naturally, look at that. If you're not pointing at the middle of the target naturally, what you're going to tend to do is muscle the rifle or muscle the position. So it's particularly important as the positions get less and less stable, particularly in the kneeling and standing positions, that we check natural point of aim. And that's what she's doing. She's doing one check, two checks, three checks, four checks, these mini double checks within the match, within shot for shot, to make sure that she's not going to muscle the gun. So what she did there, she's checking and checking and checking. We saw that she made a small adjustment to her forward leg. Oh, look at that. Small adjustment to her forward leg, produced a 10-5, and is now doing the same thing. Double check, double check, double check, double check. And as soon as she sees what she likes, she's pointed towards the middle of the target, and the natural hold, or the natural movement of the rifle in that position looks good, then she's going to execute that shot. And look at that. She's got a 10-1 to show for it. Again, we're really only focusing on the integer value of these scores. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll combine all of those scores to produce the individual score, and then we will tally up the individual scores to come up with a team score. The decimal values at the ends of these individual shots are really a way to indicate whether we have a good 10 or a great 10. They're really used for tiebreakers, and that's why we call them X's. So if two individuals or two teams have the same score and one has a higher X count, that individual would be awarded the win. Looking at the North Georgia Nighthawks here, looks like everybody has completed their kneeling portion of the match. We still have some of the Wildcats that are in position shooting kneeling. About 20 minutes into the match. So I don't think anybody is off pace. I don't think anybody is going to be um, really strapped for time here. Got a couple shots left for AJ. Again, looking at the end of that barrel. Little tiny movement coming through. You can see he's taking some small breaths. Nice. Nice recoil straight up and down. Executed well, and he's got a 10-0. He's got a couple of wide shots there. He's got the unfortunate 9-0 and 8-8, as well as that 9-1. And they're all kind of sitting around the bull here. We got a couple of wide ones out the left, and we've got that that 1-9-0 would no, it looks like the 8-8 is actually out to the right. It's kind of hard to tell when you've got only a few tenths in between the points. Yeah, and we saw there that recoil was not straight up and down. Didn't look the same as that 10-0, and he's got that unfortunate 9-5 to show for it. Kneeling is always a tough one. It combines elements of both prone and standing, and it takes a lot of work to really, really be good at kneeling. It's the worst of both worlds. You have to deal with all the complexities of sling work and all the complexities of balance. And it's going to sound weird. Well, you've got 3 points of contact. You have your ankle, you have your knee, as well as your forward foot, right? You build a triangle in order to be able to make a stable position. But it's not that simple, right? How big is the triangle? What angle is the triangle? Versus in standing, it's just 2 feet. It's straight balance. It's it's just weight distribution between one foot and another. We're not necessarily adding a third point of contact, another piece of the pie. At least that's how I feel about it. Some people definitely shot kneeling better than I did in my days. Looking across the board here, all of our North Georgia shooters down and prone, otherwise just about to hook up their slings to their hand stops. Brandon Evans from the University of Kentucky is definitely the furthest into the match here. He's already completed sighters for prone. He's now in for record for prone. He's gotten 5X's deep. He's got his first 9 out to the left at 9-8 on shot 6. 25 minutes in the match. And he comes back over to the right with a 10-3. Solid 10-6 from Brandon as well. And we talked about this yesterday, and even this morning, we've got another bubble level sitting on the end of Brandon's barrel. You can see he's actually he's using a ripped up ammo box as a as a an eye blinder there, just to block out his left eye. So he's only looking out of his right eye. He's not going to get double vision there. But you can also see how he's got a movable, extendable kind of weight, that brass weight forward of his hand that's sitting at the right underneath his barrel. Again, weight distribution is probably more important than total weight of the rifle. Rifles are going to generally weigh between probably 13 and 15 pounds in total, but where that weight is also determines how the rifle feels in the hand. If the gun is super barrel or front heavy, right, it's always going to feel like it's moving away from you. It's going to fall out, so to speak. If the weight is further towards the back, kind of what we saw with Liz Probst rifles, where she has that huge brass weight sitting underneath her cheek piece, right? That's going to make it so that the front end of the gun feels really light, right? There's this moment or this torque that the weight of these little add-ons and accessories will make the rifle feel different. Brandon starts out his second series with a 10-5, shooting a 9-9 low, and doubling up that 10-5 with a 10-6, nearly right on top of each other. We also mentioned yesterday how a lot of the advancements in rifle technology have made the actions shorter, and they've made loading the rifles in position really, really easy. So you don't necessarily have to break position in order to be able to load the rifle, which is nice. Definitely competitive advantage. We saw there, Brandon is able to pick up the round, load it into the chamber, close the bolt, and do all of that with almost not having to lift up his elbow. There's a little bit of pressure that gets released, but it makes it a lot easier to try to keep the jacket, elbow, and shooting mat relationship relatively the same. You see here, Elisa Boozer is still in sighters for prone, just feeling out that position, making sure that she is sighted in. You can even see that she's got a little bit of cant inwards. You can see how she's kind of torquing that grip a little bit in order to be able to get it just right. She's got a very nice group going on right now. Loading in another shot. And again, prone, the most stable of the three positions. She's now established a group. It's nice and tight. All she has to do is move everything towards the middle. You can saw there she's made a small side adjustment. Doesn't take a lot. 2 to 3 clicks down, 2 to 3 clicks over to the right, and that's going to get her in the middle. AJ Hotko takes his first sighting shot in prone. Again, between position to position, some of these shooters may use the same set of sights, and they may have to make a small adjustment from one position to another simply because they're looking through the sights differently. Right, this is the same concept of, yeah, I sighted in, my deer rifle with my scope, but if you hand it to a friend and he's also aiming, he or she is also aiming at the same point on the target, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have the same point of impact. Same concept here, just between different positions. Getting a quick look here over at the Nighthawks. Looks like most folks are well into their kneeling. I'm sorry, into their prone here. Looks like Wyatt Hicks has got 2 shots left for his prone portion of the match, working on what looks like a 194 8 to 10x range. We've got Corbin, who's doing very well. Just saw him on screen. We've got a 30 with 3 X's, 10-3, 10-6, 10-7, and now for a 10-2. A little bit of vertical movement coming there, but not anything to be concerned about, particularly because we really only have 4 shots. Every once in a while, where you'll see some of those wide 10s, calling a 10-2 a wide 10, but in prone with quality ammunition and Olympic level rifles, any one of these guns is capable of shooting 10-5, 10-6 and up every single time. So a 10-2, small error in cheek pressure, a small error in how we're coming onto the trigger. We're going to see that every once in a while. But he recovers nicely with a 10-8 and now with a 10-3. Almost kind of out there with that 10-2. But again, nothing to be concerned about. It's still an X. Keep on chugging along. Looks like AJ is still feeling himself out. Elisa is still working. She had a really nice tight group. She made that sight adjustment there. Now she's brought the group down, but it's opened up a little bit. Right? Those 4 shots that she had in the beginning would have been 10-5s, 10-6s and up. But now the group is opened up. We can kind of see a little bit more distance in between the shots, center to center, edge to edge. Right? We see that that one what is previous shot, one of those green circles out to the right. We see another one a little low, and now she's got this one high for a 10-3. Seems to be a balance here between how many shots do you take in order to be able to make sure that the rifle is sighted in for the 20 shot record match that you're about to shoot, as well as, yeah, and for whatever reason, she is just not feeling the position. She's going to get out, do a small reset. Yeah, you can see she's even making a small adjustment to her sling here. So she's 11 shots into prone. If she converted over for record right now, she would shoot another 20 shots. I mean, she's going to shoot 31 shots in prone. So there's this happy medium between how many shots do you take to sight in so that you make sure that the rifle is shooting straight and that you can produce tens for the next 20 shots, and determining, well, I don't want to take too many because then I'm going to be in position for an extended period of time. Not only is that going to lead to potentially less time for the standing portion of the match if you are constrained for time, if you took a little bit too long or you really took your time in kneeling. But what that's also going to do is that will cause strain in that particular position. It's going to be harder towards the end of the 20 shots to continue to produce. Now the argument is that, well, 30 shots isn't much, but you still want to be fresh. You still want to make sure that for the 20 shots from beginning to end, you maintain the same mental capacity, the same physical capacity, so that you can produce good scores, manufacture good scores. Some people have different sight sets. They're able to basically get within the 10 ring within 5 or 6 shots, and they can go immediately into their 20 shots for record. That's great. Some people take a lot more. Some people take 15 to 20 in order to be able to really make sure they're in it to win it. But if you think about it, if you take 20 shots for 20 shots in ciders, and then you're doing 20 shots in record, you're essentially doubling the number of shots needed to actually shoot the match. You turn a 3 by 20 into what would would essentially be a 3 by 40. That's what we call a full course of match. A full course would be done over the course of probably 3 hours, and you're trying to compress it down to an hour and a half. So again, it's this endurance factor versus ensuring that the rifle and you and the position are all sighted in. AJ starting out his match really well here. He's got a 10-2 out to the right. He was sitting at 3 o'clock in his sighters for prone, and he's still sitting a little out to the right with the 10-5 and 10-6. Curious to see where shot 4 is going to land for him. Again, nobody seems to be really strapped for time here, so I'm not terribly concerned. Yeah, he's got that 10-1 out to the right. Yeah, there he goes. He makes that sight adjustment. Again, taking a look at the end of that barrel for the little puff of smoke, you can see that little bubble sitting out on what for us is the left-hand side. For him, it would be the right-hand side. Looking to see that shot come to the left a little bit. He's taking another hold here, another deep breath. Another one there. Small breath to really bring down the heart rate. Dead still. It's at 9-7 out to the right. So, Alan maybe he called it there. I think he's got a natural point of aim issue here. So this is what we talked about earlier when we were looking at Hannah, where she was making those small adjustments in order to be able to make sure that in her kneeling position, she was lined up with the target every single time and that she wasn't going to muscle the gun. Here, I think AJ's got a natural point of aim issue where even though he's clicking his sights to try to come left, the rifle in his position is still aiming or wants to aim towards the right. And so he's fighting the rifle in order to be able to come to the left, and he's maybe called it cheating his way out by just clicking his sights. Yeah, and see, even though he's come left, he's got a 10-3. It's an X, and it's moved over a little bit. We'll see him take one more shot, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the crew here. Yep, and he's still fighting it. It's still out to the right. And there you go. He's starting to readjust his position. I think he's realized that mistake there. But now that he's trying to move that position closer to the middle, he may have to take the click out of his rifle in order to be able to effectively compensate correctly. Jacob and Elisa doing very well so far. Quick look at him. He's got a 10-9 on shot 4. Now, what's interesting about Jacob is that he actually has a negative cant. So he's a right-handed shooter, but in prone, he's got outward cant. So the rifle is actually turned away from him, which is very rare to see in any shooter. Generally see right-handed shooters will cant the rifle in towards them, what would be counterclockwise. And if you were a left-handed shooter, that would be clockwise. It would be into your body. But some people's bodies, some people's positions, they just wind up this way. They just wind up wanting an outward, or what I like to call a negative cant versus a positive cant. 8X's in a row for him, a 9-9 on shot 10, 99 with 8X's on his first string. Really taking his time, looking for that puff of smoke. Super tight recoil there. See, he's got a few pieces of brass stuck in the chamber there, trying to get them out. Right back into it, taking a few deep breaths. See the end of that barrel rise and fall with those breaths. Now he's nice and solid, nice and still. Looks like his visor was falling there a little bit. Every once in a while in prone, you'll get like an itch underneath your pant leg or something like that, and you'll be like mid shot, and it'll just eat away at you. You just have to take care of it. You just have to break position, go scratch the itch, go fix the one thing that's annoying you, because it's just another distraction, and it's not necessary to try to shoot through. Nice 10-4 form there. And here we go. Brandon Evans has now completed the sling portion of the match. He's got a 195 in kneeling, a 197 in prone for 392 with 25 X's. It's about where we expected to see him today. If he has a good series in standing, even if he's 7 points down for the day, what he'll end up with is a mid 580s, 585-ish in small bore. Very similarly to Braden Pizer, as well as Liz Probst from our blue team yesterday, Brandon has opted not to use a glove on his forward support hand here. Again, getting a little bit closer to the rifle, right? No need for the padding. Got a little bit of movement left and right coming through, but not atypical for any standing group. He's moving a little far to get to his rifle stand there. Would like to see him move it in a little bit so he doesn't have to make such a major movement to come off the stand and come into position. And you see how far he's got to move in order to be able to come off the stand and find his position and start aiming. Really good place to look is just on the end of the barrel where we see act like a champion. Just going to see a little bit of left and right movement through that M there. Takes a shot for a 10-1. And again, all of this is going to be reversed here. Oh, look at that. He's actually going to make a small adjustment to his weight system. He's going to bring it back a little bit. What that's going to do is it's going to make the rifle a little bit easier to handle. The further out that weight system is, it does a couple of things. Further out the weight system is, the harder it's going to be to move that rifle. There's a big moment or inertia, right? That's going to be created by such a large weight sitting that far out on the rifle. So it's good in trying to keep the rifle still, but the problem is that once the rifle starts moving, now that you've got this extra weight on the end of this thing, it's going to be harder to make it stop moving. So if he does have a lot of movement coming left and right, it's going to be very difficult for him to try to manage that. If the position is solid that day and his balance is solid that day, the added weight will just make it more solid. But as soon as we start to have a little bit of movement, it's going to take a lot more energy to try to correct that. Looks like most folks here are finishing up or have finished up their prone portion of the match. It looks like Maya Cameron finishing up with a pair of 99s. Crossing our fingers here on shot 20 for her. Relatively good group. She's got a 9-9 on shot 15, and one non-center 10 on shot 16. But the rest are, oh, and I'm sorry, on shot 13 as well. But she's got a great X count. One more 10, and she'll end up with a 198 with 15 X's. Brianna Walter with a 194 and a 198. Oh, and I jinxed her with a 9-9 on shot 20 for Maya. 197 with 14 X's for her prone portion of the match. Quick look here at Hannah from the Wildcats. Got a 2-10-0s on shot 11 and 12. Got a 9-2 sitting low and a 9-9 sitting high. And she's got another 10-1. She's going to take a quick click there. Again, you can almost see her eyes through her little blinder. We actually typically make them out of milk jugs, old milk jugs. What that allows is a little bit of light to come through so that the pupils of your eyes react to light the same way throughout the match, right? Ambient light will cause your pupils to expand or dilate or constrict. And what we want is to try to manage the amount of strain on our eyes throughout the entire thing. We're looking through a really, really tiny hole in a black tunnel through that rear sight. Yeah, she's going to take that click down. Yep. Okay. And that can be really, really strainful over the course of an hour and a half small bore match, as well as the hour and 15-minute air rifle match that will follow soon after this. And so to try to limit that strain, we want to make sure that our pupils are either dilating correctly or in tandem with each other, just to limit the amount of strain. She's got an 8-8 low here. Sometimes in particularly the prone position, it can be really easy because of how stable the position is and really striving for deep shots. It can be easy to overhold. And what happens when you overhold? All of a sudden, it's now, I need to take a breath. I need to take a breath. I need to take a breath. And as you take a breath, the action of taking a breath is kind of the spark, and that causes you to take the shot. When we see low shots and prone, it's generally because as we're taking that breath and we're breaking the shot, the rifle will naturally point in a lower position on the target, hence producing that low shot. Hannah just finishes out her prone portion of the match with a 195 for 384 coming out of slings. Now that most of these shooters are finishing up their prone portions and they're migrating over to standing, again, the grossest of the positional changes that we're going to see, because we have to go from really solid on the ground using a sling all the way up to the standing position where there's no slings allowed, the least stable of the three positions. And we've got to worry about a lot more other factors. Taking a 15-pound rifle and trying to hold it 5 feet in the air is a difficult, difficult task, even with all of the other shooting gear and equipment. Getting a close up here of Wyatt Hicks from the Nighthawks. Still insiders, still trying to feel out the position here. Talked about loading a position there, so he's picked up his rifle, then he's grabbed for his ammo. Coming down into the position. Squeezing the trigger, you can see that trigger finger just come down. Breaking the shot, making a side adjustment, doing what he's got to do. Coming down to around 40 minutes left in the match, and everybody seems to be, again, on pace. Most people are transitioning over to standing. They'll probably take around 10 minutes to do that and get sighted in before they start to transition for record. They'll give them around a half an hour to shoot the 20 shots for record. That's generally where you see a lot of athletes really start to jump in for record. Getting a good look here at Brandon, who's also choosing to load in position. Sometimes a good idea, sometimes a bad idea. Loading a position just says, yeah, I've got two 10-4s back to back. There's no reason to put the rifle down and break from what appears to be a position that's producing 10s. So I'm going to load in position. The problem, or maybe the caveat with that, is that now you've got to be able to hold the rifle. Yeah, you see, he's blowing on his hand there in order to be able to give himself a little bit of a break, using that little golf towel, try to get some of the sweat off so that he's got a nice connection between him and his rifle. But coming back to the endurance part of this, you have to be able to hold the rifle up for multiple shots in a row in order to be able to do this loading in position. If you haven't practiced that, if you haven't trained that, go ahead and try it. Go ahead and just shoot 2 shots in a row in standing. I guarantee you, if you haven't done it before, and there you go, he's got another 10-3. He's got a really good position, and he's repeating it from one pickup to another, which is good. Go ahead and try it. Rather than holding the rifle up for maybe 20 to 30 seconds, try holding it for 45 seconds to a minute. I am sure that you're going to experience a little bit of hand pain. You'll feel muscles tense up that you're not used to tensing up. Yeah, and he shot that 9.6 high, doubling it up on what appears to be that 9.5 he shot on shot 2, and he knew it. He's put that rifle down, he looked down at that monitor, he said, "Yep, I definitely put that there." We talked about changing out sights and everything earlier, and how sometimes we're going to see those spirit or bubble levels on the ends of the rifles. Here, Brandon is now changed out to his standing set of sights in order to just make sighting in a less strenuous process, and he doesn't have to take as many shots throughout the match. Right, so bit of a cost savings in terms of how much ammo he actually needs to shoot in order to be able to shoot the full course of the match. But in standing, his front sight doesn't have a bubble level. That's just something that he's opted for. So even from one sight set to another, these athletes just have their own little preferences. Shot 11 starting out really well with a 10-7. All right, we talked about this earlier, but again, if Brandon shoots, if he's down 7 on 193 in his standing position, that'll end him with a 585, and he's got a good start to his second card here, 10-7 and a 10-1. Kind of sitting where those two 10-3s were, I think on shots 7 and 8. Maybe it may have been 8 and 9 on his first string there. But he's got a 97 on the first one. Good standing score. That's gonna put him in a really good spot. Again, looking at the end of that barrel, yeah. He's taking 2 shots, putting the rifle down, giving himself a little bit of a break here, getting the sways out, using that golf towel in order to be able to make sure that his hand isn't slipping. And that's one of the other caveats is the longer you hold the rifle, the longer that you're straining yourself, particularly in standing, the the faster. Sorry, I'm waiting for the shot here. Oh man. Yeah, and yeah, he's just not happy with that. I wouldn't be either. But straight out to the right here for him. He knows he's put it there. Definitely shot that as he was moving. But in particular, the longer you hold the rifle, the more times that you hold the rifle for longer, you're going to experience a different kind of strain on your body than you would if you just pick the rifle up and put it down every shot. It's one of the caveats of choosing to load in position, and it's just something that you have to train for. And he's put a 9.5 right there as well, and he's going to take a side adjustment. Again, most of people have cleared the board or otherwise made that movement over to, yeah, made the movement right over to record standing. Again, we're generally going to see some more left and right movement coming through. We see it on Brandon's target between that 10-7 and that 8-1 that had out to the right. We're seeing a little bit in Ian Lyon's target as well. He's got a 8-8 out to the left and an 8-7 that 8-7 out to the left and that 8-8 out to the right. Right? Vertically, all of the shots are in the same plane, which is good. But horizontally, group is still relatively wide. Looks like Elisa and Jacob have come out of prone with a pair of 199s. Great scores for them. Unfortunately, Jacob was really struggling in kneeling. He had several 9.8s and 9.9s, just a tenth or 0.2 of a point off to make sure that those got converted over to 10.0s and 10.1s, right? It would have saved him a lot. We'll have to count up how many he had here. But coming down the line here, we got Elisa with a 393 with 31 X's out of slings. We've got AJ with a 381 with 10 X's. Hannah with a 384 with 10 X's as well. So her and AJ are going to have to be duking it out for standing. We've got Jacob with a 384 with 21 X's. So he's got about double the X count as Hannah, but the same score value. So again, those 9 8s and 9 9s really, really hurt Jacob, but the 10s are a little bit better. Brandon has made that correction off of that 9 5. Again, he took a couple of clicks in. He's got 2 10 2s in standing so far. He's working on a 96 97. So he's probably going to be right around that 585 that we called earlier. Right? Give him a little point or two of error for these next few shots. So if he was down 7 in standing, so he had a 392 coming out of slings. Coming across to the Nighthawks here. Looks like Wyatt has just started his standing portion of the match, starting with an 8 8, but he's working it in. He's got a 10 0 and a 10 6 to back them up. Ian, 8 shots into his match. Again, a little bit of left and right movement coming through, but he's got a 10 2 on shot 8. We'll come back to him in a minute. We got Corbin with a 388 with 25 X's. Did very well in prone with that 198. Couple of very, very close 9s, just shy of a 200. Courtney also doing very well so far. She's got 2 10 2s, shot 1 and 2. She's got a really, really close one. She's got a 9 9 on shot 3 and an unfortunate 8 9 on shot 5. Again, just a couple of tenths spread between those two would have saved her 2 points. 10 4 on shot 6 for her, though. And then we've got Brianna. She's now 5 shots deep into her standing. She's just shot her first 9 on shot 5 with a 9 3. Living life on the edge. She's got 2 10 1s and a 10 0. Deepest shot so far for her is a 10 3. 5 shots in, 49 with 1 X. Again, nobody seems to be really strapped for time. We're coming down to 31 and a half minutes left. Most of these shooters will probably convert over for record in the next, I'll give them 3 to 4 minutes. So probably by 27, maybe 26 and a half minutes. I don't think we're gonna see anybody. Oh, now actually, I take that back. Maya has just taken her first shot in standing in her sighters with 31 minutes and change left. Right around 10, probably 5 to 10 minutes is what we'll generally see for sighting period in standing. Again, it's just the nature of a position that takes a lot of balance, the position that is the least stable by nature. Just got to take a little bit more time to make sure that your position is centered, you are centered, and you have the physical and mental capacity to make sure that you can shoot through the 20 shots for record. And look at that. She has a 5-7 right off the rip. She's coming in with a 9-9. So she's made a huge change in the right direction. Looking for her to double that up, make a nice group, and then move the group. There you go. Doubling it up nearly with a 9-1 just left of that. Like to see her take a third or a fourth shot to really establish that group and then start to move. This is the difference between accuracy and precision. We like to see, okay, precision is being able to repeat, repeat, repeat. Accuracy is where it is in relation to on the target. So we like to see precise, tight groups that you can repeat. And then as long as we can repeat it, then we can determine where the group sits on the target. And there you go. She now has a 9-3 sitting out to the right of that original 9 at 9 that she shot. So, relatively tight group. Again, nature of standing. We're going to see some shots left and right. All she's got to do is move it down a little bit. It looks like she's gone a little bit too far with the 8-3, but we'll let her shoot her match and then we'll come back to her. Talked about precision versus accuracy. We've got Abby Swain from the Nighthawks. She's got a 7-8 and a 7-9, but they are doubled up onto each other. So very tight, very precise. Just got to move that a little further up into the bowl to make them tens. And they'd be nice deep tens. Brandon Evans on his last shot here. One more to go. Potential 584. Good X count, though. He's got 32 X's so far. Potential for 33. He's looking at the wall right now, just taking his time. No rush. He's got just under half an hour left. Jacob also taking his time. He's got 13 shots. Oh, yeah, and look at that. He's taken 13 siders, and he's decided to move over for record in standing. Again, right around that 26, 27-minute mark here. Expected him to make that shift. We'll start to see that with some of the other shooters as well. Looks like Elisa has got 10 shots up on the board for her siders. Hannah just took shot 7. I'm sorry, AJ just took shot 7. Hannah has now taken shot 10 for herself with a 10-6. And now she's converted over. There we go. Just under 27 minutes left in the match. Brandon takes his last shot with a 9-8 for a 583 with 32 X's to finish out his match. Really struggled on the second portion of his standing card here. He's got an 8-1 on shot 13, but again, he's got just a little bit of left and right movement coming through, particularly with that 9-1 out to the left. Jacob starts off strong with a 10-1. Hannah comes out of the gate with a 9-2. And we should start to see AJ and Elisa start to transition over. We just crossed 26 minutes left in the match. Again, trying to balance how much time you need to take versus how much time you want to take, or how much time you really have in order to be able to execute the shots well. Standing, generally like to leave about a minute to a minute and a half of shots. So somewhere in the 20 to 30-minute mark left in the match is where we like to see the shooters really convert over for record. You know, there are some times where it just doesn't work out that way and you need a little bit more time, or you have less time to do it in. So you have to really cut away parts of your process in order to be able to make up time. Hannah coming off of that 10-2 with a 10-0. Jacob coming off the 10-1 with a 9-5, but the two are overlapping, which is a good sign. Looks like we got a small error going on with the feed here. It looks like we were paused at 32 minutes and change left. We've got the live targets here set up in the range on the TV, so we'll comment as we see them pop up here. Jacob's got a 10-4 off of that 9-5 from shot 2. That 10-4 is on shot 3. but he's got a nice triangle worth of shots going on. He's now got a 10-6, all kind of in the middle of the target here. He's got a nice, relatively tight group, just at 9 o'clock. That 9-5 is going to be the furthest one out to the left. Again, please bear with us while we get the broadcast and we get the live feedback up here, but try to do my best calling the shots. Taking a look back at Hannah coming off of the 10-0 on shot 2 with a 9-3 on shot 3, and now an 8-9 on shot 4. Those last 3 shots, the 10-0, 9-3, and 8-9, are all stringing between 3 o'clock down to 4 o'clock, now down to 5 o'clock. Jacob now triples up another 10-3 on shot 5 in the middle of that group he's got sitting just at 9 o'clock, just on the left-hand side of the middle of the target. So nice tight group. Looks like he's made a side adjustment or a position adjustment. He's now got a 10-2 sitting at 3 o'clock. Getting a quick look at Hannah here, getting ready to take shot 5. There we go. You can get a sense of her sway if you look at her elbow in relation to her stand. Really long follow through there. Always good to see. Giving her 9-6 on shot 5. Going to load, pick up that rifle again. We're going to look. The contrast here is actually really good. We're going to look for that little bit of space in between her elbow and her rifle stand there. Going to take a couple of deep breaths. Going to look for that space to open up and close, and that'll give us a good sense of how far she's moving. It'll give us a good reference point there. Coming at 21 and a half minutes left in the match. It looks like AJ and Elisa are really taking their time. Elisa just heard me through the mic. She's converted over. AJ is now 15 shots into his sighters. At some point here, he's just going to have to call it. He's going to have to transition over for record. You got to leave yourself enough time to shoot all 20 shots for record. If you don't take one of those shots, it's counted as a 0 because you didn't take it. There is no shot value for it. Lisa starts out the standing match with a 10-0, sitting at 12:30, 11 o'clock-ish. 10-0 and go. 10 is a 10 is a 10. Yeah, as soon as AJ is ready to change over, we'll actually see him reach down to the target. He will press the match button, and that will convert the target over from sighters over to record. See Elisa there, good shot of her. Really taking her time on this one. There she goes. She takes that shot for a high 10-2 at 12 o'clock, overlapping that 10-0 at 12:30, 11. Can be difficult, particularly in standing, to determine whether to move the position or whether to actually click sights, because you got to ask yourself, how precise is the position in comparison to how confident you are that, was that shot just a little high, or did I really call it in the middle? It can be difficult sometimes to make the determination. So shooters will tend to choose not to make a change as soon as they would have in a much more stable position, like prone, where it's a lot easier to determine, no, I definitely put the shot there. I called it a 10-5 and it was a 10-1. Where in standing, there's just a little bit more variability shot to shot. Doesn't look like it's affecting Lisa though. She's got that 10-2 now straddling that 10-0 and 10-2 that she had on shots 1 and 2. Looking to see her come down into the bull a little bit more. Crossing 19-minute mark, coming down to 18 and a half left in the match, and AJ is still in siders. He's got a 10-5 now on shot 18. And there you go. We saw him reach down, converted the target over. Quick look over here at the Nighthawks. Looks like a few people have finished out their match here. We got Wyatt Hicks with a 568 with 22 X's. We've got Ian Lyons with a 557 with 17. Corbin is working on the last 5 shots of his standing match here. We've got Courtney Allison, who's also finished up. She's got a 572 with 25 X's. Brianna's got 4 shots left, and it looks like Abby Swain has just started her standing match. She's only 4 shots in. Again, relatively nice group going on. Just a little low and a little to the right. So looking for her to make that small adjustment here. She and Maya are basically going shot for shot at this point. Abby is working on shot 5, Maya working on shot 4. Maya starts her standing match with a 8-5, a 10-0, and now a wide 7-7. Coming in with a 8-8 now over in that group she's got going on the right-hand side of the bull. Elisa Boozer doing very well. She's got a 10-9 on shot 5, particularly in standing. That's always good to see. She's clean so far, 6 shots in, and she's got 3 X's to show for it too. Nice tight group, good position, nice and precise. Looking at some of the Wildcats here, Hannah had a 91 on her first string of 10 shots. Now coming into the second with a 10-8 and a 9-9, working on shot 13. Jacob, also very nice groups going on. He's got a 96. Unfortunate, very, very close 9s. Really biting him today. He's got a 96 on his first string. He's now 5 shots deep into his second with a 49 with 4 X's, 10-5, 10-7, 9-7, and then another 10-5 and 10-7. And they're all nice and tight. They're all grouped together in the middle. Hannah comes off of that 9-9, almost doubles it up in the same exact spot, but she ekes out the extra 10th that she needs, makes it a 10-0. Getting a great look at Elisa here. I mean, this is like a prone group. How well she's shooting right now. Again, group is still sitting a little high, and that's what's got me a little concerned. But you know what? If she's confident in her position and where she's aiming, where she's calling the shots, then you know what? That's where she wants to sit for today. Another 10-4 on shot 7, working on shot 8. Really taking her time here. And she just doubles it up again. She's got a 10-5 on shot 8. Stone cold. Look at that. No remorse, no excitement, just being robotic. I think she's going to have to be. She's got 12 shots left, 14 and a half minutes left to go. Same thing with AJ. He realizes he's really gunning for time here. 5 shots in for him. He's got 15 shots left. Just over 14 minutes left to go. quick look here at AJ. Yeah, and you can see his body swaying left and right off of that column there. 9-8 out to the left. Again, if AJ's moving to the right, everything's going to be inverse for us. If he's moving to the right on our screen, that will be putting him in the left-hand side of the bull down range. So if we see him take that shot again as he's moving right, we're going to expect to see that shot out to the left on his target. You see he was dead still there for just a couple of seconds. Yep. Still sitting out to the left a little bit. He's got 2 9/8s doubled up right on top of each other. Looks like he's going to take a small side adjustment in order to be able to bring them in. That's basically where the center of his group is sitting as well. Kind of see it's a little to the left, a little high. Just wants to bring that closer to the middle, eke out a few tenths, convert some of these high 9s into low 10s. Hannah with an unfortunate 6-8 on shot 14, but coming off of it very well. 10-6, 9-6, and a 10-1, all of them sitting in that same group that she's got in the middle here. See AJ dead still with a 9-0 out to the right. Elisa ends her first string in standing with a 99. Starts out the second one with a 9-9 high. I mean, straight 12 o'clock, but that's going to be in that same group that she had. Again, I think as she takes just that one click down, I think she's just going to get the few tenths that she needs to really maintain a good score through standing. 11.5 minutes to go. Jacob's got plenty of time. 2 shots left. Again, he likes that negative can. He likes turning that rifle out. Loading in position. 10-9 on shot 19. Really, he's really just wrapping his whole hand around that palm block. You can see he's also opted for a little bit of forend weight. Again, we're trying to find a point of reference behind him. Trying to see some distance change in order to be able to get an insight of how much is he moving. Let's use his visor against that nice white background there. You can see the distance between them and the lockers just increase and decrease just a little bit. There you go. He's dead still now. Oh, a little forward, a little back. Yeah, and he's going to put the gun down. Doesn't like it. Reset the position. Stare down the targets. Take a moment for himself. Let's see what he does on his last shot. 10 minutes left. You can even see his hand against those lockers on the back. Oh, man, strafing it in for a 10-4 on shot 20, ending with a 577 with 31 X's here. AJ starting out his second string with a 10-0 at 9 o'clock. Hannah doing really well, ending with a 10-9 on shot 20. Start well, finish well. Great job, Hannah. She's coming out with a 568 with 14 X's for her small bore match. 9 minutes left on the clock. Quick look here at Lisa. She's got 6 shots left. Potential mid 580s score here. 60 points on, 60 points out there for her to grab. There you go, 10-7 on shot 15. Like we said, robotic. Look at that, stone cold. Again, everybody's process is just going to be a little different here. So Lisa likes to put her cheek on her cheek piece and come down at the same time. You can see here she's just taking those final moments to really come down onto the bull, whereas Sophie yesterday we saw really lets her position settle once or twice before she even starts looking down the sights. Oh, and a 10-1. There you go. That group is sitting just a little to the right and maybe even a little high. Again, I just want to see her just take the click. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to move the group that much. Can't let the one click get to your head. Seven and a half minutes left in the match. Looks like we just got a few stragglers left here. We've got Abby Swain from North Georgia Nighthawks. 4 shots remaining. Vertical group coming through on the target. We've got Maya Cameron as well. 5 shots left. Just had a 10-0 on shot 15. Really getting some composure, particularly after that first card here. She's got an 84 on her first string, and now she's working on a mid 90s score on her second. She's got 3 points down so far for a 47. She continues that performance, she'll definitely improve off of that first string. Elisa with another 10-1, doubling it up in the same spot as she did on shot 16. 3 shots remaining for her. AJ furthest behind. He's got 7 shots left. 10-0, a 10-4, and a 9-0 on shots 11, 12, and 13. Elisa with another 10-0 sitting high. 2 shots remaining. Six minutes left to go. Getting a good look here at the last Wildcats here on the line. AJ throwing a wide 7-6 after that 9-0 we had. The 9-0 and that 7-6 are kissing each other out at 4 o'clock. Elisa comes in, shot 19 with a 10-6. Now in the middle, a little bit lower in the bowl than where that group was developing. One more shot to finish out her match. And we'll leave her alone for a minute. Just let her take her shot. Yeah, you see her just come off of that trigger. Coming back onto it. There you go. Oh, and a 10-8 to end her match on shot 20 for a 588 with 40 X's. 99 on her first string and a 96 on her second for a 195 in standing with 9 X's. And this is why slings are really important, and then shooting a good standing is really the clincher. Coming out of slings for her with a 393, now only 5 points down in standing gets her a 588 in small bore. That's a really good score for her, particularly with 40 X's. She's got 5 points on Brandon Evans and 8 more X's throughout her match. 4 minutes left. We've got AJ Hotko. He's got 4 shots remaining. And we've got Maya Cameron with 2 shots left. AJ with a 10-7 on shot 17, 3 shots left. He's got 3.5 minutes at this point. I don't think he's going to be strapped for time. Once you start to make up time, particularly in the beginning of the standing match, now he's basically afforded himself a little bit more time to process each shot, take a little bit more time where it's needed. Really focus and hone in. 9-2 and shot 18 for AJ. 2 more to go. Just under 3 minutes to do it in. 1 more shot for Maya. Looking to see her squeak 1 more 10 in before the end. And Maya finishes out her match with the Nighthawks with a 5.65 with 23 X's, 9-3 on shot 20. Getting a last look here at AJ. Last shooter up on the line. 19 coming in at a 9.8. Still sitting in that same group he's got towards the middle. He's even making a small side adjustment. Last shot, 2 minutes to go. Taking his time. And there you go. Ends on a good 10-2 for a 5.66 with 15 X's. You can see his teammates there just coming back up to the line and holding with him to finish out together. Minute left here. We've got Abby Swain on her last shot. There you go. Ends on a 10-4 for a 5.76 with 23 X's. And at this point, that concludes the small bore portion of our match today. We will run through the lineup, starting with the North Georgia Nighthawks. We've got Wyatt Hicks with a 5.68 with 22 X's. We have Ian Lyons with a 5.57 with 17. Corbin Jockers with a 5.74 with 31. Great prone performance from him with that 198. We've got Courtney Allison with 5.72 with 25 X's. Brianna Walter with a 5.79 with 25. And finally, Abby Swain with a 5.76 with 23 X's, ending on that nice 10-4. Oh, I'm sorry, Maya Cameron, 5.65 with 23 X's. Really good improvement for her coming out of that first card with that 84, moving up to 92. Moving over to the Wildcats, we've got Elisa Boozer with a 5.88 with 40 X's, shooting a 195 with 9 X's in standing, coming out of slings with that 393. Really good in giving her a good position to finish out this match strong. We've got AJ Hotko with a 5.66 with 15 X's. Hannah Todd finishing on a 10.9 for a 5.68 with 14 X's, besting her teammate AJ by just a couple of points. We've got Jacob St. Hilaire with a 5.77 with 31. solid 10-9 on shot 19, and a 10-4x on shot 20. And lastly, Brandon Evans ending with a 583 with 32 X's. At this point, we'll transition the range over to air rifle. If you are upstairs listening in, please come on down. We love to have our spectators come and see what this sport is all about and get up close and personal with some of our athletes. At this point, what we'll do is we'll move the targets and the boxes forward. You can see some of that operation happening right behind us there. Athletes will transition away from our small bore rifles and we'll move into the air rifle portion of the match. Fill up those air cylinders and we'll do our 60 shots standing. Generally, we leave somewhere between a half an hour and 45 minutes in between the matches in order to be able to transition the range, get all of the equipment changed over. So tune back in somewhere between 11:15 and 11:30. Keep your speakers on. What we'll do is we'll check in with coaches and we'll get an official start time and we'll announce that when we come back. All right. Thanks, everyone. Stay tuned. Thanks for staying tuned, everybody. We will start the air rifle portion of the match at 11:30, roughly 9-10 minutes from now. Thanks. Alrighty, everybody, welcome to the air rifle portion of today's match. We'll do a small little recap here of some of our small bore scores from the beginning of today. UK Wildcats coming in with a 23-16 against North Georgia Nighthawks 23-01. A small 15-point spread in between the two of them. Coming down the list of scores for the Wildcats here, we've got Elisa Boozer with a 588, Brandon Evans with a 583, Jacob Sandelaire with a 577, and Hannah Todd coming in with a 568. For the North Georgia Nighthawks, we've got Brianna Walter with a 579, Abby Swain with a 576, Corbin Jockers with a 574, and Wyatt Hicks with a 568. Relatively close match so far. Definitely some room for the Nighthawks to make up the difference here. Here you can see our athletes just getting prepped for the air rifle portion of their match. 15-minute preparation sighting period has already started. Again, we're going to have 15 minutes here for any one of these athletes to spend this time however they want. Looks like Hannah's just taking some time, really get into the match mode here before she gets up onto the line. And Elisa is just putting her visor on before she gets going. You can see some of our spectators there in the background. Getting a good look here at Elisa. Again, looking down range. Getting all of her equipment adjusted. Stone cold here. Slow, methodical movements. Don't want to raise your heart rate too much. She's going to set her feet, pick up that rifle, and get sighted in here. A lot of these shooters will actually use a set of either a carpenter's square or a carpenter's ruler that basically can fold up in 2 dimensions. So you actually can make a right angle on the ground. You can see that just past Elisa's rifle stand there sitting on the ground. And what that's going to do is give these athletes a really good reference point to make sure that they are spanning their feet the same distance and potentially at the same angle every single time. Some shooters will like to have a really square position. Some shooters like to shoot pigeon-toed, where their toes are pointed in towards each other. There you go. Really good look right there. You can see how she's got her target stand kind of straddling over that ruler that's sitting on the ground, and either mentally or part of her equipment, she'll have a reference to say, hey, you need to put your left foot starting at 26 inches and then your right foot sitting at maybe 38 inches. Again, just, numbers for reference here, not particular for, or not exact for Elisa's position. She knows where she's got to put her feet. You can see also that those specialized boots that have nice flat bottoms, but as we start to walk around and those shoes start to wear in, the toes of the heels will actually start to pick up like any normal pair of shoes. Crossing into the 11-minute mark here for sighters and prep. Some folks are still getting prepped here. Yeah, great look at some of the specialized equipment that's used for the sport. You can even see just a little bit of movement coming in between the toe and the ground. And that's going to happen just from natural balance that these shooters are going to have. You can see the backside of that pant leg, those really thick, heavy canvas pant legs, and a double zipper that will go all the way down. And again, you can just see them rocking kind of back and forth. At some point, the shoes and some of these specific pieces of equipment will just be over time and through wear and tear. We'll have to replace them, or otherwise laces are another part of that equation as well. You can imagine having to lace up boots multiple times per day, multiple times per week over the course of a whole season or potentially years of shooting, you'd have to basically go through routine maintenance on some of these pieces of equipment. Great look here at Brandon Evans from the Wildcats. You can see him picking up that pellet, loading it into that ramp, closing that action, doing a very similar process to what we saw him execute in small bore standing. Getting really over top that gun, getting very, very close to that rear iris. And he's walking his shots into the middle, starting low in that bull and working his way up. At a 10-3 on that shot there. Looking to see him make a small adjustment to come up. What he'll either do is take that sight, that he'll take the clicks up in his sight, or what he'll do is he'll extend or expand his position. He'll actually take his back foot and he'll move it out to throw his hips further up towards the target, and that will raise the position of the rifle in relation to the target as a whole. Good close up here of Hannah Todd loading again, coming into position, getting settled, getting prepped. Very quick on the gun. Again, we're going to watch. We can actually see her blink right through her blinder on what is her left eye. You can see her look down, look up, look down, look up. Now she's staring through the sights. She takes that shot for a 9.6 to double up on that 9.4. Like we talked about yesterday, if you weren't with us, generally speaking, scores will be higher in air rifle in comparison to small bore. Part of that is just going to come through the nature of how the distance versus the size of the target and the size of the bull come all into play. So in small bore, in order for a shot to be considered a 10, it has to cover up the center dot of the target. In air rifle, it only has to kiss that dot. So here, if we look at Hannah's target, we have that 10-1. It is just kissing that little tiny dot in the middle. That's going to be considered a low value 10. And there we go. We got a 10-1 for her. So there's a little bit more margin for error in comparison to pellet size versus the target size. And it's all in one position, which is actually kind of nice. We don't have necessarily the complexities of having to master 3 different positions. It's all in one. The rifles are also lighter by nature and by rule set. Maximum weight allowed for small bore rifles because the whole barrel needs to be made out of steel. It's just heavier by nature. That maximum weight allowance is 7 kilograms, roughly 14 to 15 pounds. Maximum weight for air rifle, last time I checked, was 5.5 kilos. So the maximum allowed weight for an air rifle is roughly 3 to 3.5 pounds lighter than the small bore rifles. So they're a little bit easier to manage. They're not nearly as heavy. Makes it a little bit easier to shoot 60 shots standing rather than only 20 shots that we're going to see in here in small bore. 5 minutes and change left in our sighting prep period. Everybody is feeling themselves out. This is about the time where they want to start tapering into the 10 ring. Everybody is going to try to keep their composure, take lots of deep breaths. Get a great look here. Let the position settle, come down on the sides. You can see that last final drop down into the bull. And we see her taking up that trigger weight and then we'll see her squeeze and follow through. Looking at that trigger finger. There we go. Looking for, again, nice, consistent shot patterns. We're looking for precision first, and then we can move the group. Brianna Walter is looking really well right now. She has 5 shots up on the board, all of them nice, tight, and compact. And what we're looking for is moving. We're going to move that group towards the middle, either through position adjustments or mechanical sight adjustments. Quick look over here to the North Georgia Nighthawks. Looks like Wyatt has found the middle with that 10-6. Ian has also found the middle with a 10-3 and a 10-8 back to back. Corbin with an 8-8 out to the right. Again, this is all Siders, and none of this is for records. Why none of the scores are registering for us right now. And Corbin comes out to the left with a 9-3. So it looks like he's struggling a little bit. He's got a few more minutes to really find center. Hoping the best for him. Courtney doing very well. 6 X's in a row so far. She's got a 10-9 and a 10-8. Looking for her to keep it nice and tight there. Brianna Walters moving that group over, which is good. She had a nice solid group. She's now taking it in. She's got a 10-4 on shot 7. Abby also nice and tight, just sitting in the 3-4 o'clock realm. She's got a combo of 10s here, 10-4, 10-0, 10-4, 10-3, 10-5. But again, all vertical, sitting between what was 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock on the bowl. Ethan Bates also finding the middle, 10-4, 9-9, 10-2. Every once in a while, again, just because of margin of error, one pellet may have a dent or the skirt may not quite be as round as the last one, or maybe you just executed a little outside of where you should have. A 9-9 is still part of a group. It's still there. We even see that with elite level shooters like Sofia Ciccarello from yesterday, where she had a 9-9 throughout the entire match of air rifle to make a 599 yesterday. Nearly perfect score. And there we go. Ethan doubles up that 9-9 with a 10-0 right next to it. So he's working on the group, working on bringing it in the middle and staying and keeping it there. 2 minutes left in Siders and preparation period here. Elise has found the middle with a 10-4 and then a 10-9, and then almost doubling it up with a 10-6 here. AJ now found the middle with a 10-9. Everybody shooting is taking their 10-9s out on Siders here today. Hannah also finding the middle, working her way down from 12 o'clock, basically laddering her way in. She's now got a 10-1 on shot 11. Jacob, really, really good group. He's nice and established. Doubled up on 10-4s, doubled up on 10-5s, 10-3, 10-2, 10-1. Looking to make a nice deep shot on this next Sider to really give himself confidence coming into the match with about a minute left in Siders. Brandon finding the middle early on, working within his parameters. He's got 23 Siders so far. There we go, Jacob, a 10-5 on shot 18. Really try to establish that. 45 seconds left in Siders. Brandon coming up for another shot here, taking 24 Siders. There we go. Nice 10-6. He does have the quintessential can't group. Again, that 4 to 5 o'clock to that 10 to 11 kind of angular group, fairly indicative of can't inconsistencies. So we'll see if that translates over for record. We've got about 10 seconds left. At this point in time, we generally don't see a lot of shots come up. Elisa may have been the last one there with that 10-3, but again, nice tight group. She's sitting a little low, and that'll probably translate into her first few record shots. Putting my bet out there, I think we're going to see her take a small sight adjustment up within the first 5 shots. And there we go. Hour and 15 minutes has started. All of our targets have reset. Everything from this point on is for record. There is no going back to sighters in the air rifle portion of today's match. And Corbin Jockers starts everybody off with a deep 10-5. Brandon Evans coming in with a 10-3 for the second shot of the match. Courtney Allison from the North Georgia Nighthawks with a 10-2. Wyatt Hicks, 10-4. Jacob St. Hilaire with a 10-7. Brianna Walter with a 10-6. The first 9 of the match goes to Abby Swain with a 9-5 straight out at 3 o'clock. Still waiting on some of our other athletes here. 3 Wildcats still waiting to put a score up on the board. Got plenty of time. There we go. Hannah Todd starting on really strong with a 10-8. Brandon Evans 10-6, really keeping it nice and tight. But again, we are seeing a little bit of that can't inconsistency style group. We'll see how that group develops over time, though. Elisa 10-3 straight out to the right, 3 o'clock. Still waiting on AJ Honko to take his first shot. He's got plenty of time. Again, about a minute a shot with a 5-minute break in between each of the 20-shot thirds of the match. Generally will get you around the hour and 10 finish mark. For an hour and 15-minute match, gives you about a 5-minute leeway or a buffer zone to use in case anything else happens. Hannah Todd coming off of that 10-8 with a 10-1. AJ starting out his match with a 9-8. Quick look here at Elisa Boozer, 2 10-3s back to back, looking to repeat that performance. Good look here at Elisa looking off, looking back down. You can see she's just feathering that trigger finger, just trying to figure out when she wants to start executing that shot process. Getting a little bit of movement. You can see her breathe, that barrel coming up and down. Ooh, for 9-8, still out to the right. Think again, she's just got to move that sight in just a little bit more. Yeah, there she goes. She's coming in to take a couple of clicks. And she's also moving her feet. Again, she's probably taking that back foot. She needs to move to the left. She's going to take that back foot and she's going to move it forward. That's going to point her whole position a little bit further over to the left, and that's where she needs to be. Yeah, and we see Brandon Evans' group is starting to develop here. He does have a 10-9 on shot 6. However, he's doing that after that 9-9 on shot 5. And again, we see this band. We see this band between 4 o'clock and 10 o'clock. So I think we're seeing just some inconsistencies with his cant as he's picking up his rifle and trying to execute. And he doubles up the 10-9. Very nice. Right over top the other one. All he's got to do is just keep on doing that. Just shoot 10-9s every single time. Not too often you see back-to-back 10-9s, particularly with all of the other factors that come into play here. Staring down the bull. There you go for a 10-1 out to the right. Taking some time to think about that, talk to himself, and come right back into it. Jacob having a really good start to his match, clean so far. All X's, 60 with 6 X's. Again, we're going to see a little bit of that negative or that outward cant from Jacob. We saw that in his prone and his standing positions in small bore, and that will translate over to his air rifle as well, his air rifle position. And Todd also having a great group developing, 59 with 4Xs so far, moving our way over here to Jacob. We see that really far outward cant. You can even see we talked about this yesterday. Some shooters decide not to use a glove. Some of them use the same glove that they use in the sling positions, and other ones have opted for other types of gloves, either weightlifting or, in Jacob's case, he's decided to use a receiver's glove and cut out a finger so that it's a little bit more comfortable for him. A lot of the decisions that these athletes make just come from trying something out, just doing something different, seeing if one element or a change to an accessory or an attachment or a piece of equipment just works better for them. Are they more comfortable? The big thing is if you're comfortable, you can shoot well. And look at that. He's got even with that weak 10-0 on shot 7, he's recovering really well with a 10-4 and just taking some time to himself. He's got plenty of time. He's on pace, taking about a minute a shot. Here we're at just under an hour and 8 minutes left. We're 7 minutes into the match, and he's 8 shots in, taking roughly 55 seconds a shot. No problems whatsoever. Across the board, Wildcats are doing really, really well here between everybody. We're only down 4 points, and Jacob takes another shot for another 10. Lisa only down one. AJ only down one, even on his first shot. Hannah Todd a 9-9, very, very close on shot 5. Still only down one. Jacob clean so far, 9 shots in, even with that 10-0, that little squeak by that he had on shot 7. Brandon starting out, he's got a 99 on his first card, starting out the second one with a 10-6. Still in the middle, still nice and tight. Looking over at the North Georgia Nighthawks, most of them are actually a little bit further into the match than the Wildcats here. We've got Wyatt Hicks finishing his first card with a 95, starting out a second with a 9-6. We've got Ian Lyons finishing up his first card with a 96 as well. And we've got Corbin Jockers, 98 on his first card, working on 19 so far, 2 shots into his second. We have Courtney Allison, a 100 clean on her first, down 2 so far on her second, 5 shots in. Bree Walter, clean so far for the match, 11 shots in, 10 X's. So she's only dropped the 1 X on her first target. Quick look back over to Brandon here. Clean so far, 3 shots in, 3 X's in to his second series. Hey, and another one for a 10-8 on shot 14. Still only down 1 so far for his match. 15 shots in, will be a quarter of the way through, and that'll be a nice little little hurdle that he will have overcome. Yeah, good shot here of him. Again, looking for that nice tight group. Again, we're gonna it's a standing position. We're gonna see a little bit of left and right. We're gonna see a little bit of up and down just because of the nature of everybody's hips and everything. Nice 10-7 form, all stringing together. Little low in the bull, but again, uh, they're all X's. Can be really hard to make yourself want to make the small adjustment when the results are good, right? The results are there. 10-6, 10-4, 10-4, 10-8, 10-7. It's really hard to look past and another 10-4 for him. It's really hard to look past the the values of the scores that you're shooting in comparison and really kind of dissect, okay, well, what if I try to make them a little bit better? What if I took the click up to give myself a little bit more wiggle room? Jacob coming really close to dropping his first point. He's got a 10-1 on shot 11, but he's come back in with a 10-5 on shot 12, working on shot 13. Hannah Todd also doing very well, a 99 in her first card, 2 shots into her second. She's doing just did almost the same thing as Jacob did. She's squeaking by with that 10-0 on shot 11, coming back in to the middle with a 10-5 on shot 12. Again, no puff of smoke coming out of these because there's no explosion. However, we're going to see a little bump come through the end of that barrel when she takes the shot. Right there. There we go. 10-6 for her. And then at this point, it's rinse and repeat. Looking back down at the monitor, understanding where the group is sitting and where it's developing in the bowl, determining whether to make a small adjustment, making that adjustment or not, loading that pellet in, and then coming back onto the target. Again, looking at the end of that barrel for just a little bloop right there. There you go. It's really hard to miss. If you blink, you'll if you blink, you won't see it. She comes in with a nice 10-5 for it too. Coming into 13 minutes into the match, not quite 15, but most of the shooters have moved into their second series. It looks like AJ is doing AJ things right now. He's and we typically see this here for his air rifle, and this is what he has found just works for him. He starts out the match slow and progressively becomes faster and faster and faster as the match goes on. So again, a minute a shot. We're about 14 minutes into the match. It's expect shooters to range somewhere between shot 12 and maybe shot 20, right? AJ is only on shot 7. So he's taking about 2 minutes a shot at this point in the beginning of the match. By the time we get to the end of the match, I doubt he will take more than 30 or 40 seconds per shot. But that just works for him. Again, looking at the end of that barrel, just a little bump. Didn't even see it. I didn't even blink. Couldn't see it. 10-0 out to the right to match that 980 he had on shot 7. Takes that side adjustment in. Again, looking down, trying to understand what adjustment needs to be made, and then making it and moving on. Jacob doing very, very well. Clean so far, a quarter of the way through the match. Right at the 15-minute mark. We're 14 and a half minutes into the match, and he's got 15 up on the board, doing just fine. See, this is when it really starts to set in. Like I'm a quarter of the way through the match and I'm clean. If you haven't done that before, can definitely be daunting. Coming back over here, it looks like Wyatt Hicks is doing very well. 95 on his first, 97 on his second, starting out his third series with a 10-9. Three X's so far on this string. Ian Lyons coming up to shot 20. He's working on 19 right now. Corbin, nice and consistent. 98 on his first, 98 on his second. Dropping a point here on shot 22, working through his match. Courtney Allison, 100 on her first series, 98 on her second. She is now clean so far on her third, 5 shots in for 50 with 2 X's. Bree Walter working on shot 20 right now, a 100 as well on her first series, working on a 99. Unfortunate 9-7 to break the string of 7-10s in a row that she's had. While she's working on that, coming back over to Elisa, she's finished up her first card with a 99, starting out really, really, really strongly with that 10-8. Again, we're going to watch her eyes, watch that trigger finger. She's going to feather in and out. She's going to look off and look down, look off and look down. Didn't like that one. Always good to remember that just because you pick up the rifle doesn't mean you have to pull the trigger. And it can be very difficult to remind yourself of that, but to train that way too. Just because there's a bullet in the chamber or there's a pellet in the chamber doesn't mean that you have to take the shot. They are two separate things. The decision-making process of having to load the rifle because you need to in order to take the shot and actually taking the shot are two separate things. And there you go. Makes the right decision. It's not an X, but it's still a 10. It's a 10-1 out of 2 o'clock. Gonna shake it out, shrug it out, and then come back in. Hannah Todd doing very, very well. Working on shot 20, 99 on her first card. Clean so far with 8 X's on her second. Looking for another 10 on shot 20. Jacob is clean so far. 18 shots in, a 180 with 16 X's. That means he's only down 2 X's. I know that he's dropped one on shot 11, which means that he's only dropped one on his entire first string. And there you go. Hannah Todd comes in with a 10-3 X. You see she's taking a couple of deep breaths. Doing really, really well. Sounds kind of weird, but particularly in a match setting where things are actually going right and they're not going wrong, for whatever reason, it's the thing that you want. It's the thing that you train for. It's the thing you practice for, right? So you put all of these hours in preparation into training and practice throughout the week, 4 or 5 days a week, to make sure that on match day, things go right. And when things go right, we get all nervous. It's like, wait, it's all working. And then you get nervous. The heart rate goes up, the blood pressure goes up. I always find it interesting the psychology of sport, particularly in a sport that you have to remain still. One of the only sports where you need to remain still in order to be able to perform. Yeah, and see, even with that 10-2, she's being very harsh on herself, trying to make sure that she gives herself every chance and opportunity to perform well, taking those big, deep breaths, processing what she's done wrong to make sure that she doesn't do it again in the future. We'll get another look here at this next shot. She's definitely taking her time. She's now letting the rifle settle down a little bit before she puts her cheek on the cheek piece. So you take a couple of more deep breaths. We can see the barrel rise and fall, and then rise and fall a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less. And now we can see her aiming down her sights. A little bit of strafe out to what is her right. And we saw the recoil follow through with that. And there we go. We got a 10-5 out to the right. Particularly in the standing positions, we can watch that recoil, we can watch the sway of the position, and 9 times out of 10, we can predict on what side, left or right, of the middle of the target we're going to find that shot. Crossing the 20-minute mark, now 21 minutes into the match, 53 minutes remaining. Everybody seems to be doing well. Jacob has his first 9 on shot 20. Taking a small break here, adjusting his feet, looking down for reference. 9-2, way outside of that nice tight group he had going on there. 100 on his first series, 99 in his second for a 199 with 17 X's. One non-center 10 on that first string, one non-center 10 on the second, but that 9-2 coming in to drop him down to a 199. Brandon Evans also doing very well, a 99 on his first, 99 on his second. 10-1 and a 10-3 that are overlapping. We would like to see that X count a little bit higher. He's 22 shots in, 16 X's, but he's only got he's only got 2 9s. So still a good ratio, but we'd like to see it just a little bit higher. Again, because the 60 shots of air rifle is done in such a compressed amount of time, and generally shooters will finish with some time left over. There's a lot more action that happens in air rifle. There's a lot more progression. There's no changeover times or sighting period times between positions because there's only one position. So there's a lot more that happens inside of a shorter amount of time here for air rifle. Looking across the board here at the Nighthawks, we've got Ian Lyons, who had a great, great group. 10-6 on shot 26, following it up with an unfortunate 8-4 on shot 27. He was doing really well. He's got a pair of 96s to start out the match. And now on his third string, he was clean from shots 21 through 26. And unfortunately, he's down 2 with that 8-4. Still an overall improvement. Yeah, and he comes back in with a 10-1. So whatever it is, he was able to get himself out of that funk, and he was able to come back into the middle, right into that group he has. Wyatt is probably the furthest into the match. He's on shot 36. He's actually I don't know. Now it's Courtney. He's just taken shot 37. Well into the match, nearly 2/3 the way through, and we're only about 25 minutes left in 25 minutes into the match. We've got Bree Taylor also dropping off just a little bit, 100 on her first series, 99 on her second, and is now working on a 97 on her third. Abby Swain, 98 on her first, a 100 series on her second, working on a 99 on her third series, 26 shots in, with an unfortunate 9-9 just outside of that little 10 ring on shot 24. Great performance coming out of the Wildcats. Elisa Boozer, 9-8 on shot 19, but that's okay. 99 on her first, still working on a 99 on her second. AJ, a 97 on his first card, working on a 98 on his second. He's got a pair of 9-4s sitting out at 9 o'clock, stacked on top of each other. The rest of those 10s that he has, right in the middle. Decent group happening there. Coming back over to Hannah, 99 on her first card, a 100 on her second, now working on a 99 on her third to come into the halfway point of her match with a potential 298 with 24, maybe 25 X's. Jacob coming off the line here after shooting that 8-4, taking a break. We can even see some of that group starting to drift over a little bit. He's got 2-10-1 sitting out at 3 o'clock in that same vicinity as that 8-4. Coming right off the line to talk to Coach Mullins and Coach Papasadora, just get a sense, kind of get recalibrated, figure out what's going on before he comes back up and starts producing 10s again. And there we go. Brandon Evans, pair of 99s on his first two cards, and now a 100 series on his third, coming into the halfway point of the match with a 298 with 24 X's. Hannah Todd right in front of him with a 298 with 25 X's at the halfway point of the match. Quick look over here at Elisa. She's got the widest 9 that she's had so far in the match. She's got a 9-5 sitting at shot 22, coming off the line. And it looks like there's going to be there's going to be a line to go talk to coaches. Going to open up that jacket, stand in front of the vents that we have in the range, get some air, cool down before she comes back up on the line. Hannah coming off the line for a break as well. And now AJ coming back up to the line after shot 20. Coming back into the match with a pair of 97s, a 194 with 9 X's. Brandon with a slightly weak 10. He's got a 10-0 and shot 32. Still clean, but squeaking by. Definitely a red flag to him. Take some time, bring that group up. Yeah, you see back there, all 4 different Kentucky shooters are off the line right now, having various conversations with coaches. Jacob is making his way back to the line now. Brandon continuing his performance. Looks like he's got a great hold today, and he moves that shot up, and he even takes a click up. So again, we talked about trying to identify even at a minute level, determining what to do, how to get the group closer to the middle to give you the largest amount of allowance as possible. Coming off that 10-0, he's got a 10-4 at face value. 10-4 is good. But if we look at the combination of these 3 shots, they're all sitting low. That 10-0 was definitely a red flag to him. He took that information and he applied it even after shooting a 10-4. He took a click up in his sights, and look now, he's got a 10-1 sitting a little high. So now he's thinking to himself, did I go too far? Do I need to move my feet? or do I take another shot and potentially put another one high up in the bowl? And this is a bit of the struggle that some athletes will have throughout the course of the match. And this can happen to anybody, not just for Brandon in particular. Trying to make the decision knowing that the next shot he puts down on the target is for record. So he has to use his entire tool belt to determine what he's going to do. Is he going to make the small position adjustment? Is he going to take the click back out? Or is he going to not do anything and see where the next shot lands before he makes a decision? It's a 10-5, but it's still sitting high. So that one click is basically taking him from one side of the 10 ring to the opposite side of the 10 ring. So we'll see how this next shot goes for him, and we'll take a look at some other folks here as they start to come back up to the line. Again, this is where those up down drills are definitely going to help these athletes. They're going to come off the line, talk with coaches, come back up to the line. They need to be confident. And there's that 10-4 sitting high up in the bowl for Brandon. It can definitely be frustrating because you can get into this war, so to speak, with yourself of, do I take the click back out knowing that before I put the click in, I was sitting low, or do I leave it? Do I just accept that it's gonna sit high, or do I try to make that small adjustment to my physical position in order to be able to bring it low? Great performances throughout for the North Georgia Whitehawks here. We are seeing a little bit of sway coming through some groups here. We've got Wyatt, who's got a fairly wide group. We've got Ian, who's also got a little bit of left and right. Looks like whatever it is, he's being very consistent about executing at the 3 o'clock. He's got a 9-6 and a 9-7 that are stacked on top of each other, sitting directly out at 3 o'clock. But then he's got a 10-6 and a 10-8, and that 10 those the pair of 10-4s that are all on the right in the middle. They're just sitting a little further left. And there you go. He's putting a 10-3 right in between those two groups. Same thing for Corbin here. We're definitely seeing two small groups develop, and he's just executing on one or the other. And he's just done that again with that 9-5. Courtney Allison, 50 shots into the match, now on the up, a 100 on her first series, back to back 98s, 398s in a row, only to come out with a 100 on her fifth series, starting out her sixth and final series here, shot 51 with a 10-4. Excellent group coming out of Bree. She had a 100, a 99, a 97, and now she's on her way back up. She's got a 99 I'm sorry, a 100 on her fourth series and starting out strong on her fifth with a 10-5. Very similar with Abby Swain, 98, 100, 98 is now clean so far. She's got 110-0 on shot 33, but the rest are X's. She's got two 10-4s, a 10-3, a 10-2, and a 10-5. Ethan Bates and Courtney Allison almost going shot for shot at this point, both of them sitting in the last series of this match. Ethan, a little bit of up and down in performance here. 95, 97, 94, 95, 98. Now clean so far. 3 shots in to their last series. .41 minutes to go. Brandon Evans with another 100. Good look at Ethan Bates here. Oh, and a 9-9 on shot 54, but still in that little band of group, that little band of left to right. Seeing some up down group or some vertical grouping from Abby Swain. And we're just, as the match continues on, feet get tired. They fall asleep. you can't quite tell where your elbow was in your hip, or otherwise everything is now warm. It's a little bit more flexible, right? The position is shifted a little bit, just like it does with kneeling in small bore. Got to make incremental adjustments over the course of the match in order to be able to compensate for those things. Lisa Boozer back up on the line. 38 shots to go. Just crossed 40 minutes left in the match. Again, she's going to feather that trigger finger, looking down the sights, waiting to see what she wants to execute on. Making that small adjustment, and then coming back onto the target. Let's see what she shoots here. Making some more adjustments. She's still moving her feet, trying to come back into the match again. No going back to sighters, nothing allowed. So whenever you come back up to the line and prepare to shoot, you've got to be extremely confident you're going to be right back in the middle, feathering that finger, coming into the trigger guard. Again, not happy with it. Load that pellet in. There we go. This is for real. Looking down, looking up. Coming down onto the target the same way every time. Man, oh man. Still not liking it. And again, we talked about just because we put a pellet on the rifle or just because we load a round into the chamber does not mean that we have to take the shot. And that's just evident by what we just saw Elisa do. She's now put the pellet in the rifle, picked up the rifle, done the entire process to execute that shot, and decided not to because of what she was seeing. Didn't like the position, too much sway, not settling correctly, whatever it may have been. 37 minutes left in the match here. And it looks like we have our first finisher and second finishers. So we've got Corbin Jockers with a 591 with 41 X's. Incredible final string with a 100 with 9 X's. Ethan Bates coming in with a 577 with 27 X's. Now we have Courtney Allison with a 591 with 41. I mean, identical tie to her teammate Corbin. We've got Wyatt Hicks on his last shot. Coming off of that 9-8 with a 10-6 and now a 10-2 to finish out with a 581 with 37 X's. Lots of fast shooters here on the Nighthawks. Getting a good look here at AJ. Triple 10-1s, 8-8 out to the low right. Coming back for a 10-5. Taking a few deep breaths before he executes that next shot. So here we are. AJ is 25 shots into the match. He's got 35 shots left to go with 35 and a half minutes left on the clock. We talked about at the beginning of the match, we were 14 minutes in, and he was 7 shots in, 2 minutes a shot. Now he's starting to pick up the pace. He's going to pick it up to about a minute a shot. And then towards the end, we'll start to see him really start to hone in and pick up the pace. Hanatah doing very well. 99 on her first, 199 clean so far, even through shot, 37 on her fourth series. Good X count from her as well. 37 shots in. We know that she's 2 points down, so that's 35 tens. 31 of those are X's. Again, more common to see shooters not use that forward glove. Just get a little bit closer and in tune with their rifles. Hannah coming in with another solid shot, 10-5 on shot 38 here. And look at that. She's taking a little bit more time here. She's actually looking towards the far wall, letting the position of the rifle settle a little bit more before she comes down and takes that final approach. Seems to be working out well for her. See what she takes on this one. There we go, a 10-6. Right on top of that 10-5 too. Looks like Jacob is coming back in very well. He's got a 9-9 on shot 34. He's only down 1 point so far on this string. Six shots in, now 7 for a 69. Taking a few deep breaths, another close call. That 10-1 on shot 37, identical placement to that 9-9 down at 5 o'clock. Give him another minute before he takes this shot. You would see some of the weights that he's got back on the front of his rifle, on that rail right there, as well as the one sticking out above his butt plate. You can even see he's got a small block worth of weight right under his cheek piece. Again, part of the equation is where the weight is, as well as how much weight you decide to add. You can even see a circular kind of weight that he has attached to the end of his barrel right in front of his sight, or sorry, right behind his sight extension. There you go. He's got a 10-2, takes a click up because now he's got a 9-9, a 10-1, and a 10-2 that are all sitting low. Even though the rest of the shots are sitting a little high and to the left, he's taking a piece of the pie. He's taking a small slice of that information and he's applying it to make a change. Hannah coming in to shot 40 with a 100 series, 9 X's. She's got a 398 with 34 X's. Excellent, excellent job. Brandon Evans, a pair of 99s, a pair of 100s, a 99 on his fifth series. He's now 6 shots into his last series here. He's got 2 9-4s, one sitting out at 3 o'clock, the other one at 5. And he's taken some dry fires. He's taken the time to make sure he doesn't lose any points. He's looking really good here. He's got 4 shots left in his match. He's only down 5 points total. He's got 44 X's, a potential 595 with 48 X's, assuming that he does his job and does it right. Coming into that trigger guard, you can see him take up the first stage. Breaks it. There you go. Gonna load that pellet in, come back, repeat. Give him 20 or 30 seconds here just to take this shot. Jacob coming into 40 shots with a 396 with 30 X's. There we go. 10-6 for Brandon Evans with a half an hour left. Could take 10 minutes a shot if you really wanted to. Make them count. Like we said, half hour into the match here. We do have some finishers or otherwise some other folks here that are finishing up. Coming into the last string, they've only got a handful of pellets left to put down on target. There we go. Doubling it up for a 10-7. Even then, taking a click over. Again, while we can't necessarily see through his sights and we don't necessarily know what he is looking at, right? We can see that he is really trying to make sure that he doesn't lose another point in these next two shots to finish out this match really, really strong. At 583, I believe, in small bore, plus a 595 in air rifle would do him really, really well for a combined score. There we go. 10-2 in that same group. He's going to take another click in. Crossing my fingers that he doesn't put himself on the opposite side of the bull when he actually executes where he wants to execute. Got plenty of time. No rush. There we go. 10-5, a little bit out there at 9 o'clock. And that's where he was trying to click those shots in earlier. Great performance. 595 with 48 X's for Brandon Evans. We've got AJ Hotko and Elisa Boozer, who are almost neck and neck at this point, going shot for shot. Elisa doing very well. Pair of 99s and a 98. Clean with two shots on her fourth series. Shots 31 and 32. And now 33 with another 10-6X. AJ right next to her. 97s, pair of 97s, a 96, and is now working his way back up. 4 10s in a row. Trying to pick up the pace. We now have 26 shots left to go for AJ, 27 minutes. So he has really picked up the pace. Shaved a few minutes off there. Hannah doing well overall, losing it just a little bit on this target. She's going back and forth here. 99, 100, 99, 100. Now has a 9-8 and a 9-9 on shots 41 and 46 respectively. She's working on a 98 possible score for this target. But 9-8 and 9-9 are sitting in the same quadrant. The 9-8 sitting at noon. The 9-9 sitting out to the left at 9 o'clock, and now another 9-9 extremely close, sitting at 7, 8 o'clock range. Take it a click over. Yeah, she's taking a moment to herself here. Yep, there she goes. We just saw her take a click over on her sights. Now, assuming that she's not executing in that spot, assuming that she's not executing on the left-hand side of the 10 ring, again, we don't want this to happen. We don't want her to adjust her sights to the right and then execute in the middle of the target where she should be. and then put herself on the opposite side of the 10 ring. Whew, man, 10-1, and she's confident about that. She's gonna take a couple of clicks down, really just try to manage the group. 2 shots left in this series, working on 97. So, that'll put her 5 points down, 5 series in. Looking good, yeah. Steady position, 10-5 to show for it. Reloading fast to come back up into it. Generally see that. We actually even saw that with Brandon Evans. He found what was working for him and he ran with it. There's no sense in waiting a longer period of time. Go ahead, load that pellet in, get the rifle back up, stay in that mindset, and execute a good 10 again. And there you go. She's got what is that, a 10-6? There we go, a 10-6 and shot 50 for her. Coming back over to the Nighthawks, 24 minutes remaining. We've got 3 shots left here for Ian up on the screen. Got an 8-9 out to the left, but recovering well with a 10-4 and a 10-1. Looking pretty good so far. Again, 2 shots left for Ian here. And 4 shots left for his teammate, Abby Swain. Again, trying to use something around us for a reference point here. It's kind of difficult. Ian's got a really, really nice, solid position. Barely any movement coming through the end of his barrel, and there you go. Little movement, good execution, produces those good 10s, and he's got a 10-3X to show for it right in the middle of the target. One more left for his match. Teammate Abby Swain with 3 left for hers. Excellent group for her as well. 7 X's in, 7 shots in. Looking for 3 more, and she will do very well today. Last shot here for Ian. Crossing our fingers for him for a 10. Decided he didn't like that hold. Putting the rifle back up on a stand. Replacing that butt plate in his shoulder. Letting the position settle. We can just look at the end of that barrel to see whether he settled or not. Just see it come a little under the E in Kentucky on the far wall. There we go. Super steady. And we're watching that trigger finger. There you go, right there. Yeah, there you go. Solid finish with a 10-4. Giving Ian a 580 with 36 X's. Teammate Abby Swain on her last shot. Cross her fingers for her. She gets another 10. There we go. A 10-5 for Abby Swain for a 594 with 46 X's. 21 minutes left in the match. Looks like Elisa Boozer, 20 shots remaining. Just shot a 100 on this series. Just squeaking by with it, though. 2 10-0s back-to-back on shots 36 and 37. Teammate AJ Hotko right behind her. 22 shots left to go. He's working on 39 right now. Coming in shot 39 with a 10-2. Elisa coming in with a 10-7 on shot 41. Hannah Todd, 5 shots left to go in her match, doing much better on this string than she did on the previous one. She does have a 9-9 on shot 52, and she had the unfortunate 2 9-9s on her last string with that 97 series. But doing well. She's still sitting on the left-hand side of the bowl. I'd like to see her take another click towards the middle, try to get the few tenths worth of wiggle room that she needs to maintain that good score. Doing well. Shot process is nice and consistent. Talking herself through the match. There we go. 10-1 out to the right. May have been a little surprised by how far out to the right that was, but she's confident enough. She executed there. She's going to do it again. 19 and change left in the match. Plenty of time for Hannah. Great X count, nearly matching Brandon's performance. She is a point down from him. There you go. 10-1 out to the left. Yep, and she's going to take that click. Yep. All about managing where the group sits. Again, crossing our fingers for her that she doesn't put it too far out to the right-hand side. Very glad that she's willing to make the decision to take that click into her sights. Confident that taking the click into her sights is going to give her the results that she wants. 2 shots left for her. 10-4 out to the right to match the same position as that 10-1 that she had at 4 o'clock. 1 shot left to go. Last shot. Here we go. Looking down, looking up, looking down, looking up. I can see her just blink and look down, just waiting for the approach to look like what it should for her. There you go, staring it down. Hey, ending on a 10-7 for a 594. It takes a huge deep breath, probably smiling away from us. 46 X's for her, nearly matching Brandon Evans' performance with a 595 with 48 X's. "17 minutes left to go. AJ with 18 shots left, and Elisa Boozer right next to him, 15 shots remaining. She is 5 X's deep so far in this series. Pair of 99s, a 98, a 100. Now with another potential 100 coming through. Oh man, and I jinxed her. She's got a 9-9 on shot 46. However, still on track with her 2 teammates, Hannah and Brandon. Still on pace for a mid 590s air rifle score. That's what we've seen from her in the past. 14 shots left to go for a potential 49 X's. That'll probably put her right around the same X count and score as her 2 teammates, Hannah and Brandon. There you go, and she comes back in with a 10-6. Good on her. Other than AJ and Elisa, we also have Jacob, who is the third Wildcat, still right up on the range. He is doing well. He's trying to come through this series with a 98. 11 shots left for him, 15 minutes left to go. Kind of in no man's land. He's sitting there on point 12. There you go. A 10-1 on shot 50 for Jacob. He's sitting at a 494 with 36 X's. He is probably also going to finish right into that same realm, probably in that low 590s air rifle score with roughly the same X counts as Elisa, Hannah, and Brandon. Elisa and AJ going shot for tens and tens and tens. AJ 5 shots deep so far in his 5th series between shots 41 and 45. All tens so far, 3 X's out of those 5 shots. He's got a 10-0 and now a 10-1 on shot 45. Elisa coming in again with a nice 10-4, matching up with the rest of the group that she has. All tens that she's had on this target are X's. AJ with a 9-8 on shot 46, 14 shots to go for him, 13 and a half minutes left on the clock. Elisa with a 10-7 again, matching the center of the group that she has up on the target. She and Jacob are just coming into their last series. Jacob starting off that one with a 10-7 on shot 51. Elisa already looking down to take shot 51 for herself. Oh, and there she goes. 10-9 on shot 51. Sending some of that good energy over to AJ. AJ's now got a 10-8 on shot 47. Jacob with a 9-4 at 9 o'clock. They will be the last 3 shooters up on the line for us today, so all eyes are on them. You can see he's just taking some time to wiggle around, figure out why that shot was out to the left, and then try to perform a little bit better on this one. Lisa with a 10-4 on 52. AJ with a 10-2 on 48. He's really running it into the wire here. 12 shots left with 11 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. And there we go. Jacob comes back in, doubling up that 10-7 performance. Elisa a little wide with a 10-2 out to the right, considering that 10-4 she had was out to the left. Jacob tripling up that 10-7 performance, now with a 10-8 on top of each other. Nice and tight. 6 shots left for Jacob, potential 45 X's. Getting a good look at Jacob here. Again, really stretching out that neck to get over to that cheek piece. right? That cant that he has will put the rifle a little bit further away from him. So he's got to extend his neck a little bit more in order to be able to get there. Doing well with a pair of 10-5s off of that 10-8. Sending some love over AJ's way. AJ with a 10-4 on shot 50. 10 shots left for AJ, just under 10 minutes. We got 9:51 left on the clock. Elise taking her time on shot 54, and it paid off. 10-3 for her. Jacob really taking a lot of deep breaths here. Aiming down, quick on the trigger for 10-1. Sitting a little high. You can see here he's like, "Oh man, that was a close one." Don't see Jacob take too many clicks into his sights throughout the match. One way to think about it is, well, if you had the 15-minute sighting and prep period to make sure that your rifle was sighted in and you're not going from position to position, why would you need to change your sights? Assuming that you are consistent from shot to shot, why would you need to change anything? It's one way to think about it. Elisa doubling up the 10-3 on shot 54 with another 10-3 on shot 55. AJ, 9 shots left, 8 minutes and change left to go. And now Elisa with a 10-2. AJ with a 10-8. There we go. Jacob with a 10-7 on shot 58. Seven and a half minutes left. Getting a close up here of Elisa. Crossing her fingers for her that she's gonna go clean here. 10-8 on shot 57. Almost going shot for shot with Jacob, who's got 2 shots remaining. 7 minutes on the clock. 7 shots left for AJ. Watching that sway come through Jacob's rifle. Oh, and there we go. Elisa doubling up a 10-8 and a 10-7 right in the middle, right on top of each other, nearly identical shots. 2 more shots to go. She is clean so far through this series, now with 8 X's. Looking at Lisa just feathering that trigger finger. She's bringing it in the trigger, off the trigger, in the trigger, off the trigger. I think it was one time too many for her. She decided to put the rifle down momentarily. She's going to come back in. Again, 2 shots left for her. Jacob with a 10 2 on shot 59 and a 10-3 on shot 60 to end his air rifle match with a 593 with 44 X's. Teammates Brandon Evans and Hannah Todd coming back up to finish together with their teammates. AJ, 5 shots left, crossing the 5-minute mark momentarily. Elisa with a 10-3 on shot 59. This will be her last shot for the match. Potential for high X count and high score for today. I'm just going to watch that barrel come down. She's going to take a few deep breaths. And as soon as she's ready to execute, we'll start to see that finger disappear into the trigger. Really taking her time with it. And sometimes that's just what you need. Again, just because the rifle is loaded doesn't mean you have to shoot. And there's nothing that says how many holds you have to take or can take. Watching her try to tilt that rifle a little bit. You can see her applying a little bit of pressure with her trigger finger, trying to get the rifle to just settle one last time for her to execute. Trigger on the finger, or finger on the trigger. Squeezing through. Oh, and just squeaks by with a 10-1 on her last shot for 595 with 48 X's, matching Brandon Evans' performance, tying up between teammates. All eyes on AJ at this point. He's got a 10-7 on shot 57, 3 shots left to go with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. A 9-0 on shot 58, 2 more to go for him to land a mid 580s score in a rifle. All eyes on AJ. Taking a deep breath, letting the rifle settle a little bit before he comes down. Again, kind of watching his eye here. Seeing a little bit of sway coming through. Hear that blast, a 9.8 high for him on shot 59. 1 more to go with 2 minutes left. We got plenty of time now. Again, had to make that up a little bit from the beginning of the match. Last one, AJ. Here we go. Again, looking for that little bump on the end of the rifle. There we go, right there. Oh, and a 10-1 for him to finish out for 583 with 31 X's. Great performance overall from both teams here today in Lexington, Kentucky. At this point, coaches will come out and call the match a ceasefire. If you are at home watching online, what you can do is go to ncaaarifle.org/home. You can find today's match and you can see the scorecard for today. If you are looking at that scorecard, you will see the small bore and air rifle scores together for both Kentucky and North Georgia. Kentucky will have bested them, will have bested the Nighthawks with a 46-93 against the Nighthawks 46-68. 303 centers for the Wildcats and 280 for the Nighthawks. And that concludes today's matchup between the University of Kentucky Wildcats and the North Georgia Nighthawks. Great performance overall from the Wildcats and from the Nighthawks. And there we go. We have the final team scores of 46-93 for the Wildcats against the 46-68 for North Georgia. 25-point difference between them, 15 points after small bore, gained another 10 after air rifle. Nice win today. If you are willing to stick around, we'll see if we can't grab one of these athletes from the Wildcats for a little after action report. Get an insight of how their air rifle match went, how their small bore went, what their mentality and mindset was looking like today. So stick around if you're willing to, and if not, we'll see you next time. Stay tuned, everybody. All right, folks, just give us a couple more minutes to get Elisa Boozer on here today. Team is running upstairs to wish safe travels over to the North Georgia Nighthawks. Once they're done with that, we'll have Elisa Boozer on. She's had a PR in small bore today and a third highest air rifle score to best her combined total by 1 point for a new PR. All right. Well, we have Elisa Boozer on now. We're just gonna ask you a few questions about how the match went and everything. So, new small bore PR. How does it feel?
Good.
Yeah?
Feels relieving.
Good. So what was your biggest struggle throughout your small bore match today?
I would definitely say getting into kneeling was really difficult trying to find my balance, my hip alignment, and everything.
Mhm.
And that kind of all just altered from the bottom up, just how I was looking through the sights, how I was aiming. And that was probably the hardest part to get over that,
Mhm.
but and not let it affect the rest of my match.
Got it. We talked about just over the broadcast how sometimes kneeling is like the worst of both worlds. It's the worst of slings and it's the worst of like the balance from standing. And how like yeah, you might have another contact point on the ground with your knee, but that's just something else that you have to learn how to adjust and figure
Mhm.
out in terms of trying to build that base for the whole position.
Yeah, I would definitely agree.
Good. Sweet. Well, let's talk a little bit about air rifle. 595, right?
Yes.
Awesome score.
Thank you.
Great X count with it, by the way.
Thank you.
In particular, I wanted to go over your mindset throughout the match and how it progressed because you had some series that were 100s and you had some other ones that were 99s that were really, really close.
Mhm.
So when you're working on a series that you've got a good string of 10s and you shoot the 9-9, what goes through your head?
Definitely analyzing it, making sure I understand what happened,
Hmm.
what went wrong, and not doing it again.
Of course not.
That wouldn't feel good. So
No.
definitely just analyzing it, learning from it, not letting it like stay in my mind
Hmm.
because that's just not going to help my next shot. So
Right.
just
Just don't dwell on it.
yeah,
Figure out what happened, make the correction, and move on. Right.
yeah,
Well, on the last series, we definitely saw you take what, maybe 3 or 4 holds on that last
yeah.
one, right? So we saw 9 X's in a row. We're crossing our fingers here in the team room for you. And we saw you use your trigger finger to basically, torque the rifle a little bit. So
Mhm.
what are you seeing when you do that?
Yeah, so a lot of it has to do with just kind of how I set the gun
Mhm.
into me, and if I feel like it's a little out, a little in, like, I kind of just use that finger just to tap it, just to be like,
Mhm.
"Okay, it needs to sit right there." Like, it's not a big, huge adjustment that, like, I need to do, it's just to kinda just tap it right where it needs to be,
Got it.
and it's kinda just a balance thing too, like, if I'm breathing,
Mhm.
maybe I don't want it to move, I just want it to let it be there and not fall over or something, and it's
Mhm.
not necessarily pushing out or anything. Not it's just a little check for me.
Got it.
And so, yeah.
Well, it got you the 10-1.
Yeah.
It got you the PR. So congratulations with the new small bore PR from today
Thank
and the
you.
new combined PR, if you
Yes.
weren't already aware, 1183.
Thank
Kudos.
you.
Kudos. Well, that's it that we've got for today. Want to wish everybody a good rest of their weekend. Thank you very much, Elisa, and have a good rest of your weekend as well.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, signing off here in Lexington, Kentucky at Barker Hall. We'll see you next time. Thanks.